Boom, boom, boom. What's good, baby? Let's get this off the screen. What's happening, squad? Tyler, what's good, baby? Frankly Floyd, what's happening? Michael, Sean, what's good? Mrs. Mac 10. Hey. You know what it is. It's another Bars Day, baby. Michigan Wolverines.
I saw Sean last night.
Oh, right on, man. Okay.
Yeah, I had never met him before, man. So that was good. Good running into him.
Yeah. Sean's good people. Talented brother.
Sean said he ready to get to work.
All right, then. Let's go, Sean. Let's get to work.
Sean said he ready to get to work.
Sean, you make graphics? Man, what's happening? Donnie Dope. I'm sorry. It's the Dope Ones.
The Dope Ones.
The Dope Ones. We'll see what's
like
happening.
That Donnie Dope Ones. They don't like that.
That's a good nickname. Bryce, what's happening? Oh, Chris Thomas in here. Chris Thomas, he's got to eat his words. Putting in the change for him, trade Harrison Barnes to having a super sub, getting most of the 3-4 minutes. Hey, that's your guy, Chris Thomas. That's your guy. Strobex, what's happening? Front Yard Hoops, what's good? Dr. David, Pragmatic Pessimist, what's happening? Where's oh, there he is. All right, just making sure you're here.
Ramsey in the house. Wizzo Mac.
Oh, man, Ramsey.
Rob W. Good Kid, Dad City.
Profound 916, what's happening?
Brandon Wilson.
Booty Giuliani.
My bad. Just a good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Brandon. Thank you for
Gavin Tucson.
Booty Giuliani. Jacob Z, what's happening? Michael, what's good? Oh man, we in here, baby.
Oh yeah. Where you at, Michael? You know I got him. I got him. They trying to wear me down, but it ain't happened yet. I got him.
Got an album to drop, baby. Got an album to drop. See, we got air horns. We got Young Zell. What's good, Warren?
Yeah.
Let's go,
I
baby.
need that. Give me more of that.
Come on, man.
Hey,
Come on, man.
Hey.
It's a Victory Tuesday here with our man Young Zell.
Let's go.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy. Yeah, we back with it.
Right.
Northern Cali going crazy. One sack winning.
King Rudolph.
If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here. Ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam now.
Tell them like the beam.
Like the beam now.
It's our man Young Zell there with the victory anthem for your Sacramento Kings. We welcome you in here to the Tuesday, January 24th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are so happy that you are here with us.
Should hit the gritty on them Grizzlies. They like to hit the gritty so much. I should hit the gritty on them boys.
Kings got the job done against the most unlikable team in the National Basketball Association. Man, we've got some things to talk about today. Coach David Patrick going to be with us for his weekly visit coming up at 1:17. Anthony Slater, who talked to Harrison Barnes last night, wrote about that over in The Athletic. He's going to be with us. And then, of course, your partner over on the J Street Vibes podcast, Jason Jones, with us the final hour of the show. As always, the phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. You could watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. You could watch the show on Facebook Live as well. You can check us out on YouTube. That's youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We hope that if you're watching, you'll hit the subscribe buttons. You'll hit the thumbs up button. You'll take part in our poll question. Put a poll question up for the first time in a long time. It says, what was the most impressive performance last night. Harrison Barnes, 5 straight threes. De'Aaron Fox's late game defense. Sabonis' triple-double. Or Trey Lyles, 24 off the bench.
I'm going to let you go first.
Trey Day's leading the way.
What's your answer?
57%. I don't know, man. I think I got to go with Harrison.
Yeah,
and
I think that's where I'm going to.
The start of that game and the end of that game were two of the most ridiculous things I think I've ever seen.
Straight up
watching basketball. Like I was honestly thinking about today's show in the first quarter because Harrison Barnes coming down, bucket. Keegan Murray, bucket. 3 after 3 after 3. 12-3. Your number,
man,
in the first quarter. 10 straight.
Crazy.
Harrison Barnes, I was begging him to look at Mark Jones and shrug, just begging him. But all I could think about was they're up by 1. They're hitting all of these 3. They're up by 3. Like what is happening? Like they're hitting shots at the most insane clip I've ever seen. And we're up 1, 2, 3. Like they couldn't get any stops. The Grizzlies were hitting kind of a mixture of 3s and 2s there to start that game. And man, I was dumbfounded. Like they can't pull away. This is bad news. Now I'm becoming like panic fan. This is everything we were talking about on the show about offense, superpower offense, if you will, not being good enough to beat really good teams. And they got, I think it was, you're better, 8 at the fourth. I think it was an 8-point differential at the start of the fourth
quarter.
At the start of the fourth. It was.
That's a good question. I don't remember.
Somewhere around there. We can pull up the numbers for you here. But it's just like, oh, man. Then they start hitting some shots in the fourth where it's like, okay, all right, double digits. All right, it's still too much time left. Then they started maintaining it. And then the Grizzlies just stopped scoring. And somehow the Kings won by 33. Bro,
that was a beatdown. That
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before.
That game, I'm looking right now. I think it's 10 at the start of the fourth quarter. I was putting the same thing in my notes. I'd never seen anything. Let's just go to the start of the game. Let's start there. 10 for 10 from beyond the arc in the first quarter.
Ridiculous.
You end up being 12 of 13 in the first quarter. I was sitting next to Sarah Hodges watching that game in the first quarter, and I was like, yo, these two, I looked up, 47 in the first quarter.
Right.
47.
Yeah.
12. Is that? Because you know I need some glasses. I can't.
Well, I was gonna say
12.
You and Sarah sitting next to each other as the blind leading the blind. I can picture you two like squinting.
And she didn't have her glasses yesterday either. We were struggling.
What's that? We scored 77 points in the first quarter. What is that?
We were struggling. Boy. We were
I believe it.
Struggling.
I believe it.
But I mean, I and then I went back and watched it, and I just had never seen that before. Like, at least it felt that way. It felt like I had never seen a start to a game like that. They were on fire. Everybody was hitting. And then to your point, it was like, all right, well, you're not up by 25. You know, there's still like some type of life for these Grizzlies. And, you know, and they walked them down. Grizzlies walked them down. They came all the way back, ended up taking the lead. And in the third quarter, that's when I was starting to get a little frustrated. You know me, I'm with this particular Kings team, at least, I'm relatively even keeled. They showed me a lot where I talked about it yesterday. I got a lot of money in the bank with me. There's not a lot that's going to get me upset just in like one game. But I was starting to get a little upset at the thought of them losing the game yesterday. Because it's like, hold on, man. Yeah, you got two tough teams, well coached, all this other stuff. But they're sitting a combined 4 stars. You can debate whether Steven Adams is a star or not, but a combined 4 stars in these 2 games.
He's an important player.
Yeah, and you're going to mess around and lose both of these games? I was ready to get upset. And then the Kings must have took that personal. Because they went They went off on them boys after that.
The start and end of that game works, and let's also, you know, the difference in the first and the fourth was defense.
Mm-hmm.
De'Aaron Fox in the fourth quarter, he took on that menace to society role. if Davion is O-Dog, De'Aaron was Kane. Well, prior to the end of the movie, De'Aaron was Kane, but he went out there and he was
Chauncey. Like, is he Chauncey?
No. What was MC8's character's name? Is that Chauncey?
I forgot his name. Chauncey was Clifton Powell.
Come through here about 10:30. You want me to come back 10:30 at night? You want me to come back here at 10:30 at night?
Hey, that's one of your best. When you
Is it? Come through here about 10:30. It's the only line I remember him from him in that whole movie. 10:30? I'll be back. Okay.
I remember the other one when he was when he was snitching on him. And he said somebody was saying something. It's Elmer Kane. He didn't say that, but he was like, "It's Blake Kane, man."
Yeah, I remember that. That was De'Aaron last night in the fourth quarter. He was all over the place. The Kings collectively seemed to have played defense with an urgency. It was almost as if they recognized the shot was falling in the same manner in which it did in the first quarter. And it was like, all right, we've got an opportunity to put this game away. We very literally, for the second time tonight, can't miss. Put this team away. And then there was a point where, I mean, the Kings, you know, threw in the, you know, Rashawn hadn't played up to that point. Terrence Davis hadn't played up to that point.
Alex
Lynn came in there. Yeah. The guys went in there and
kept scoring.
That was they just kept scoring. Like Terrence Davis comes out. He's like, I'm going to get buckets too. And Memphis was obviously done at that point. But the fact that they went like 8 minutes without a field goal is insane. The absolutely insane.
Last night you saw the absolute best of what the Kings could be and the absolute worst of what they could be. They are unbelievably explosive and dynamic and lethal on the offensive end. I know I'm using a lot of adjectives for them, but I think they deserve it all. They're that. They are that. They're collectively him on the offensive end this year in the NBA. They are a team to be feared on the offensive end with the points they could put up. You saw the worst of them. They don't play defense. And it don't really matter if you're a man down or whatever it is. You're going to get an opportunity to get back into the game because they're not a good defensive team. Now, back to the best. They are very timely with their defense. They go on spurts, especially at home, where I'm not saying the whole not hit a field goal at the end of the game, but they go on spurts of like 2.5 minutes where they lock up on defense. They create turnovers. They get out, hit threes in the open court, fast break. And that could be enough to put you away. Like they have that capability this year. They're not a 48-minute defensive team. They're not a 40-minute defensive team. Sometimes they're like a 5 to 7 minute defensive team. And because they score the way they can, sometimes that's all they need. That's all they need. And, you know, I mean, Mike Brown and the coaching staff, I know they don't want to coach to that. They don't want to like feed into that. But if you gave them some truth serum, they'd be like, this is kind of what we are. We're going to always strive to be better, but this is what they are. And that's very dangerous on both sides. They could be explosive or they could detonate in the
I feel like Mike kind of acknowledged that last night to a certain degree. And I think he acknowledged it in his way where maybe he's trying to get a message to his guys where he said, when we get stops, we could put anyone away. I think that was a message to his team. Like when we get stops, i.e. when we play defense, the way we're capable, we can put the best of the best away. And that's what Memphis was. Obviously, Memphis was out job. Memphis was without Steven Adams. here's a note for Kings fans who want to be pessimistic. That's not our goddamn problem.
It's not our problem.
That's their problem.
What they go 55-1 without Ja last year?
Yeah, like don't use the Memphis doesn't need Ja argument last year and then go, the Kings beat them without Ja this year. The Kings did what they had to do in the fourth quarter, just to the extreme. It wasn't just to win the game; it was to somehow win that game by 33.
I was thinking about this on the ride in. And we'll get out of here in just a second, but I'm like, the Kings can go to the finals. The Kings can absolutely go to the finals.
All right, let's talk more about that. I also want to bring up something our man Michael said here, because Michael said, seriously, I feel like that was one of Sabonis's worst games with the Kings.
Game.
I don't disagree with Michael. I was thinking the same thing in the fourth quarter. Like, man, this is just one of Sabonis's worst games. We'll talk about that. What we saw. We're talking a lot of Kings basketball today. We want to hear from you as well. 916-909-1320. We're just getting started across all platforms. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I need some new sweats. Hey, Dr. David, you already know. You already know. That's all you can ask me. That's all you can ask me. Don't talk to me about basketball. You're not allowed to.
Right on, Fred. Just keep us running in the background, man. We got you. Just keep us running in the background. Oh, Chris, you got to stop this, Chris. Chris Thomas, you got to stop this. Oh, man. How deep are your notes on the typical show? I think you mean like this. On a Kings game, it's actually not too. It's just notes on the game. Like that's pretty easy. It's either our rundown sheet or just kind of like game observations. But we have something that we use in case we need to direct the conversation. Normally we don't need to. That's kind of a skill set of Kenny. But it helps me if I feel something slows down or dies down. But it's like it's a Google sheet. It has a pretty decent amount of notes in it. Notes from like me, Kenny, Jesse. We all kind of share notes and put them in there. Monday, the notepad is a little bit more filled out. Like we'll have notes. Like for example, this Monday we'll have notes on the 2 championship games. We'll have far more on the 49ers game. And then the Kings play, I think, Saturday. Mm-hmm. So those tend to be a little deeper. The notes get really, really deep when there's no Kings and no 49ers. That's where it's like, hey, did you see this? Okay, that's where the notes get
how about
way
that
deeper.
Cricket game I saw on ESPN?
Yeah, right. Kenny, I saw that. I pulled that up on demand today. Like that's where it gets a little.
Yeah, that's when we're doing winning time recaps in July.
Yeah, that's facts. That's facts.
Winning recaps, yeah, we did. I was gonna I'll save it, Roddy. I'll talk to you, Roddy. I'll talk to you. I don't even mean that in a crazy way, because I know what I said is a little jarring. But let me give me a second to explain.
Oh man,
give me a second to explain, Roddy.
I hope you're right, DJ. I am, man. I hope you're right,
DJ. I am, man. I got to get back to the
just one day
flat stick. Got to get back to flat stick, man. Here I'm spinning on the ones. Are you anywhere else ever, DJ? I am, or are you just a flat stick?
That's accurate. We are on an island on ESPN. That is absolutely facts. We are running we are doing a show called Run It Back. Like for those who like get in the car or listen on the radio, mention like Damon and Rado. We're not running that anymore. Appreciate those guys. But, the radio audience is so different than this audience that, here you go, Casey. We're running, some of our best segments back from 4 to 6. So just keep that in mind when you get into the car if you want something to listen to or if you missed any part of today's show.
Drake's The Barn. Is that the place in West Sac? I think it is. I've heard about that place.
The barn. Yeah. I've never been there.
Neither have I.
I've heard great things about it, though.
Young Zell said he saw me. Come on, man. I was just chilling. He said he saw me mingling with the players big time. And, man, I was just, come on, man. You should have hollered at me, man.
That's how it goes.
I was just chilling.
That's how it goes.
It's been a lot of the pregame with Sarah, Lance, and Jake.
That's a good group to hang out with right there. It's a good group to hang out with.
Okay, settle down, Dr. David. Relax.
Well, I think you was up there with my girl Tisha.
I was.
I have never met Tisha in person.
She told me all
it's infuriating. It is so frustrating. All I want to do is meet Tisha, and I can't. Like, I've Zoomed with her, I've talked to her, I've texted with her, DM'd with, never seen her in person.
Yeah, she was telling me that. Yeah, shout out to Daryl Roberts,
you, Eric.
man.
Yeah,
it's my guy from forever, man. Staple in this community, man. Doing really good things right now, man. So
we gotta
big ups to him.
We gotta figure out a way to get something like Build Black going with Kendra.
Absolutely.
We got to figure that out. Been thinking about that for a while. I can't lie. I was so eager to tell everybody about YouTube and Twitch, and then you hit me with the Kings could go to the NBA Finals. I forgot to promote. It's that time.
I mean, you know what it is, man.
It's Drake bars.
They got me grinding out here.
Well,
they got me grinding out here, but that's
because
whatever.
Sean P scared of them lights.
He is.
Booty Giuliani already hit us with a gem. Like, you can always, if you're an artist, you want to get on the radio, drop some Drake bars, man. Grab a beat, keep the lyrics clean. Tag us on social media at D1KC, at ESPN 1320. It can be at IMK Diddy. It can be at Demi Barley. You know how to find us. Just tag us.
That's it.
That's all Booty Giuliani did. Good Kid, Dad City. He tagged us. We threw. That's my favorite. That's
good one.
I can't remember what the Sean Spicer one was, but that was a funny one too. Like
it was Sean Spicier.
Sean Spicier. Yes, indeed, Sean Spicier. So if you got Drake bars you want to get down, be a serious artist or just having some fun. Those are the rules. Grab a beat, keep it clean, tag us, and you'll make the radio here. Until then.
I'm gonna just keep turning them out, man. And I'm not stopping.
Double disc.
The Kings ain't stopping. I'm not stopping.
You up to like 20 what are we at? 28 records?
28 records.
20. We had 27 records.
No, one day.
27 records this year.
One day, and I probably should do this now rather than later because it'll be even bigger of a task. I'm putting all these together. Maybe it'll be a playlist on YouTube or something like that. I'm gonna put them all together. All the bars this year. Yeah, I need to hurry though because it's getting crazy.
Put it in the put it on your Apple Music and just one Drake bar after another,
man. But look, you already know the vibes, man. Kings took care of business in a major way against the Grizzlies last night. 133-140. I need that beat. Yeah. You already know I'm here, man. I got my Gatorade next to me. Shout out to my whole crew behind me. They got vibes. We got vibes. Let's get this. You see me? Yeah. Loved girls in the past, but Kim was different. Never sprung. Never loved this bad, but she's a female player, like Coy. So settle down on the... No, hey, take that from the top.
Whoa! What?
No, take that from the top. We ain't doing it like that. What? We ain't doing it like that. No.
Whoa.
No. We ain't doing it. It ain't the bars. It ain't the bars. Oh. I want to address something real quick.
Okay.
No, it ain't the bars. The bars are fine. They're here.
Okay.
I just want to address something.
Okay.
To the young lady that I saw yesterday at the Golden One Center who stopped me and was a big fan of the show. Shout out to her. She said, man, I love what you and Damien do. She said, hey, I need a whole song full of bars. And I said, hold on. You want me to do a whole song full of bars? She said, yes, I need a whole song. I said, it's going to be like 3-4 minutes. This isn't your day. I told her I was going to do it today. I said, no, this ain't your day. I can't do a whole song. You crazy, man. Take that beat back from the top, man. Kings win 133-100. Let's go. I got her on these bars. Let's go, man. We back in this booth, man. Let's get it. Yeah. Love girls in the past, but Kim was different. Never been this sprung. Never loved this bad, but she was a female player like Coy. So settle down, boy. Mess around, lose it all. Dallas Cowboys. Beam lit again. FaceTime T Crick. Hitting threes for free like they just hit a lick. Barnes, Lyles, Keegan, go ahead. Take your pick. Kings messed around last night and whooped that trick. Hey! I said the Kings messed around last night and whooped that trick. Hey! But you know I ain't done.
No,
let's
please be done.
The Kings beat the Grizzlies. And I was so happy because I was stressed out all weekend and I needed an easy win. Yeah.
So a couple of questions here.
Shout out to that young lady.
A couple of questions here. I need you to just not everybody may be hip to the culture.
Okay.
Explain.
Can you explain? I haven't done it in a while.
Explain the whoop that trick line before.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay.
Please explain that line really quick.
There's a Oscar award winning movie. Did they win an Oscar?
They won an Academy Award.
Award.
Yep.
Academy Award winning film called Hustle and Flow. Terrence Howard is in there. And it was about
the film didn't win, the song won.
The song won. You're right. 3 6 Mafia wrote
They
the
did
song
not give Hustle and Flow an Academy Award. I think Terrence was nominated though.
That's what I thought.
I think Terrence was nominated.
Yeah, he didn't win. It was 3 6 Mafia for the song.
That's right, 3 6 Mafia.
But Hustle and Flow, the main song in there was about an aspiring rapper and his struggle. He was from Memphis, and the main song, the hit song in there was called "Whoop That Trick."
Okay.
We played the Grizzlies last night. They play it at their arena.
And that's their theme at the arena.
They play it every time. It's almost there like the beam.
Whoop their trick is to Memphis what California love is to California.
Yeah, absolutely. And even then, I would even say it's like the beam.
Sure.
Because they play it when they're winning and they're about to win. They start playing Whoop That Trick. So that's all it is. Play on words. I thought you were going to ask about Coy.
Well, no, what I was going to ask about was, did you FaceTime Trista Crick or was that a call back to Friday?
Oh, that was a call back to Friday.
Okay, because if she picked up for you and not for me, I was going to be a little bit pissed off.
That was a call back to Friday.
Because she was tweeting last night after the game about the beam.
Yeah, I saw her. She was asking for pictures. I sent her one.
I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that. All right.
So.
I think we tried to take some pictures under the beam. There was a young lady who really got into her photography mode and was she was doing like
see those pictures?
We never tagged in them. Never saw them. But that is one of the great things about Kings wins at home is the flood of beam pictures. Our man Chester, his little guy, he tweeted one with his little guy out there in front of the beam. Shoot, we do it with Drake bars. Make that a new tradition. You're at the game. Beam is lit. Hopefully again on Wednesday. Take those pictures, tag us in them, man. We're plastering them all over the place.
Absolutely, man. I finally found a way to take a picture with the beam.
It's tough. You got to be like right underneath it. Yeah. It's a
little
tough
selfie action.
That's a tough grind. It's a tough grind. It's a tough grind. But the beam is beautiful.
It is glorious.
The beam is indeed beautiful. All right, as we roll along here, okay, let's you're carrying the load here on this block because you just hit Drake bars, you just explained them, but you hit us with something before the commercial break that I'm going to need you to elaborate on because I think you got a lot of people getting that puppy dog tilt at their radio.
Yeah.
When you said that the Sacramento Kings could go to the NBA Finals.
It's a callback It's a callback to the epiphany. I think this was the last epiphany I had. Remember I said this about a month ago?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, the Kings could make the playoffs. It's not inconceivable. Now, hear me when I say
no, the finals. You said
the finals,
Kings can make the finals.
Excuse me. They're making the playoffs. They ain't even no play-in situation. Hear me when I say I'm not saying they will. I had my man Roddy in here, and I completely understand. Roddy was like, let's see them win a playoff series first. Completely agree. I'll take it a step further. Let's see them clinch the playoffs first.
Let's do that.
I completely understand. But what the whole gist of it is, they have an elite, I don't know if skill is the word, but an elite component to their team.
Mm-hmm.
They can score at, right now, a higher level than anybody else. They're number one in scoring in the league. And they have the ability to explode from beyond the arc. They have the ability to score inside. They have ability to get out in transition and do things. And they absolutely have a shot to go to the finals. You're telling me right now that it's completely inconceivable that the Sacramento Kings can win a series against the Memphis Grizzlies? I don't think they'd be favored. It'd be a tall task.
Mm-hmm.
It's not inconceivable.
It's not. I don't think there's nothing in this league as a whole that's inconceivable.
But I'll stop you for just a quick second, and I'll say, to kind of go towards my point, I don't see a scenario where they would win a 7-game series against the Celtics, Bucks, or Sixers. I don't think a healthy Sixers team they can beat in 7. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying like you can make the argument, yeah, they can win a 7-game series against anybody. Well, yeah, you can make the argument, but just talking about like what I see, those 3 teams, I don't think they can beat those 3 teams in a 7-game series. Those type of teams that I just mentioned, I don't think they're in the West right now. Denver's close, but we've seen them not only play Denver tight, but also beat Denver, although they didn't have Jamal Murray. But we've seen it.
The Nuggets are, but they're also a team who we've seen fail in the playoffs or fall short in the playoffs. Maybe fail's a bit of a strong word. I don't know how many of the series they played in that they were favored in, but I think that it's they'd have to be playing their best basketball at the most important time of the year. I do think there's an interesting conversation to be had, though, about the idea of what you said about the Kings winning. I'll hit the break a little bit instead of saying the Kings going to the finals, making an argument for Kings winning playoff series, or perhaps beating Memphis or Denver in some specific round. Is you talk about the Kings having an elite component to their game. Well, there are other teams with elite components. You mentioned Boston. You mentioned Milwaukee. The elite component of those teams, though, is their defense. What I wonder about them, though, is their ability to unleash scoring with guys like, obviously, I think the Bucks put up 150 last night. You know, with Giannis and Chris Middleton, we saw that group score a ton of points against the Sacramento Kings, if I remember correctly. Boston obviously has 3 very, very capable scorers in Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and Marcus Smart. And we believe that elite capability is there. We just don't see it on a night-to-night basis. With the Kings, we see their elite scoring ability on a night-to-night basis. And we see solid levels of defense sporadically. If we took, I mean, some would argue this is a part of defense, but if we put the rebounding component into it and you just said they have to rebound better, I think you could, if you told me right now, the Sacramento Kings will rebound offensively and defensively more consistently the rest of the year. I'm not saying anything about their defense, their perimeter, they're letting guys get to the basket. Just that one component. The Sacramento Kings rebound more consistently the rest of the season on the offensive and defensive end, I'd be all in with what you just said. It's that one little component that I get hung up on a lot.
Well, I would just want to answer that, and then you can keep going. Aren't they one of the better rebounding teams in the game?
I believe they were. Can we see where they are now?
Maybe they've come down a little bit.
I think they have, but maybe we'll check where they are now. But I believe the stat was they were, and was it top 3?
I thought so.
I thought it was top 3. I feel like they've fallen out of that.
Man, I could be. I absolutely. I know Will Z gonna get in here in a second, or Jesse, or somebody. I thought they were like the number 1 defensive team, rebounding team in the game.
They're 23rd in rebounds right now.
They must have, maybe
must have been week 1.
well, maybe it was like one of those things with the defensive rating, like during a streak or during a good streak, they were rebounding very well.
And that's probably what it was. But I know exactly what you're talking about. So I've heard, you hear sometimes pieces of what, Mark or Kyle or Katie are saying, and maybe you missed the component of since
caveat.
Yeah, since such and such date. Which is the thing with stats. Like
Harrison Barnes is shooting 59% from 3 this year.
Exactly. No. Well, yes. This year he is. This season, not so much. But this year, yes, he very much is shooting. Like I think I think the number is 53%.
Yeah,
I think he's shooting 53% from the field and 53% from 3. Which is just absurd. What Harrison Barnes is doing, to quote the great philosopher Boogie, it's getting ridiculous. It really is. And that, again, going back to, the poll question, the most impressive thing we saw last night over on youtube.com/ESPN1320, if you want to go vote, just Harrison, just 3. Buck didn't even crack a smile.
No, just kept moving.
Part of that was probably because he recognized I've hit like 6 threes and it's a 1-point game. Like, can we do something on this side of the ball? Anything on this side of the ball? Oh, Keegan's in on the act. Let's not let what Keegan's doing lately get lost either. Keegan
he has found his groove. It feels like he's found his the second. It's not even second half really, but his rookie legs. Like might have hit a rookie wall, or everything was coming at him fast for a second, but he seemed to have found his NBA legs, and he's cooking right now. He's cooking. But the other thing that other people will say, and that Roddy mentioned as well in the chat, I wish I could find the quote, but I couldn't find it. But he was talking about teams, the game slows down in the playoffs. And that's one thing I talked to Ham about it as well before, is I don't know if that is the same, if the Kings have the same issue as other high scoring teams in the past. They score a lot in the half court. So the game can slow down all at once. They score in the half court. That's what they're doing. There's Roddy said defense will pick up in the playoffs, so scoring won't be easy. Maybe so. Right. I think we did the thing. I did the thing last week with all the top scoring teams during the regular season and what they were scoring and shooting in the postseason. It typically goes down a little bit, like a point or two.
So,
but they're still the team that was the highest scoring team in the regular season is still scoring at a high clip in the postseason.
I feel like that's all kind of a myth too, and not one without fact base behind it, but a myth that's kind of centered on specific teams. Like we think about Phoenix versus San Antonio, and what was it, 7 seconds or less, or something like that, and it's like, no, it's fine. Pop will take care of that, and he did. But have we done that with like every high scoring team? Did we do it with the Golden State Warriors? How many teams have stopped the Golden State Warriors? Cleveland did. Tyronn Lue did. But
they also stopped them when they were down 3-1. Right? It's not like they immediately when they played the Cavs, the Warriors couldn't score no more. Like they were cooking until Draymond and LeBron did what they did, and that at that moment everything was different.
Well, and I won't change my tune. I think Ty Lue did something. In that series. Like, I'll maintain till the day I die. I thought that series
he waited till the very last moment.
I don't know that it was something he waited to do as to something he figured out.
figured out right in time.
Well, he did. I mean,
they were 48 minutes away from being gone.
And 3 games later, he's an NBA champion. I can't knock him for figuring it out at a certain time. But when you look at those first games in that series versus the last games in the series, they were different. Cleveland was different. They played Golden State different. But the point is, I think there's probably very few examples. I think defense picks up in the playoffs. The game slows down. I think those are all great talking points. But how much of it is based in like fact and reality outside of pockets that we all know to be true? I don't know how much.
And here's the other thing. I'll go even further on that. I don't want to call it a myth because I see the same things that everybody else sees. But how much it affects it, I don't know. We talk about Suns going up against Pop and 7 seconds left. When did they play? The Western Conference Finals.
Playoffs, yeah.
When did Ty Lue figure out the Warriors? In the NBA Finals. It's not like when you step into the playoffs, immediately we can't score no more.
It's not the wild card round. Yeah.
Right. We just can't score. The defense is too much. Like these teams that quote unquote get figured out by the better teams, this happens a couple rounds in typically. You know what I mean? So I understand. Like I completely understand. I'm not saying like the playoffs aren't different because they are. You know, I think there's something to playing a team over and over again.
Oh, for sure.
And you start to figure out tendencies and get used to it and things so I think that's more of a component as opposed to the game just slows down in the playoffs. I think the being familiar with
strategy,
the team, you know, and hey, by game 3, you've seen everything they have in the playbook. It's just about your execution at that point. So I think there's something to that, but I also think that the team still are able to do work in the playoffs that do work in the regular season.
And Joseph makes a good point here too on youtube.com/ESPN1320 talking about rotations tightening up. And it'll be interesting to see if that is something that happens with the Kings should these playoff appearances come, because the bench at times this year has been very valuable. Trey Lyles last night was phenomenal.
Oh my God.
Trey Lyles
sign him.
Trey Lyles has just been just ridiculously steady for the Sacramento Kings in that second unit all season long. With, you know, by the way, welcome back, Malik Monk. We'll talk about that here in just a couple minutes. But with, you know, if you're of the belief that Malik has been up and down, or maybe Davion hasn't found his foothold on the offensive end at different points through the season. You got Terrence Davis in and out. You got Rashawn Holmes in and out. You got Chimezie Metu in and out. Of course, Chimezie Metu didn't play last night. Yeah. You have the old steady force of Trey Lyles, who appears to be nothing more than an older Keegan Murray. Hell, I don't even know how much older than Keegan Murray is. He don't make no face. He every once in a while he'll give you.
He'll give you a little something.
He'll give you a little bit, but
he'll hold the follow through up the whole time.
Harrison and Keegan, like Trey is like the extreme version of Harrison and Keegan, and all he'll do is little hand. Like there ain't no growling from this group. There ain't no yelling from this group. Malik got to carry the scream load for this squad.
Rashawn's helping him out.
Oh yeah, Rashawn. Yeah. Oh yeah, well, Rashawn getting those minutes, getting those productive minutes out there. Yeah, he's getting that in too.
Moral of the story though, Damian, I stand by what I said. I think in the landscape of the Western Conference as it is in 2022, 2023, the Sacramento Kings absolutely can get to the NBA Finals. Am I going to Vegas, putting money on it? Am I betting anybody? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm telling you, it can happen. Just like it happened for Phoenix a couple years ago out of nowhere. It could happen for the Sacramento Kings. I do see a path where that goes down that way.
I believe it was this radio show that said this Kings team can beat anyone on any given night. That extends to the playoffs. It's just a question of whether you can beat a team, the same team, multiple times in short order.
Exactly.
916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines. Coach David Patrick going to join us coming up about 1:15. And we'll also, I had mentioned Domantas Sabonis and my feelings towards his game in the fourth quarter. Michael had said here on youtube.com/ESPN1320, he thought that was Sabonis's worst game so far this season. We'll talk about that because I get where Michael's coming from. So we'll talk about that again. Phone lines open for you, 916-909-1320. Much more ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader. It's Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Yeah. Hey, Damien, give me the elevator music real quick.
Okay, very good.
So, hey, he knew not to do that. I told him one time. He knew not to do that.
Yeah. Pop Deuce in the head after he did that. That's not true. It's just a joke. It's a joke. Oh, okay. All right. I see you. Yeah, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Was she in the suite?
She was kind of floating around, but she stopped in the suite for a second.
Very good. I'm not looking for her.
Jason, shout out to Jason too, by the way. That's our guy. I did not drop any sports bets on the Kings, but you guys remember I got like $1,000 riding on the 49ers winning the Super Bowl. Here's a question. If the 49ers win the NFC Championship game, do I hedge? Jesse, what you think? I don't think Jesse's listening to us. He's on the phone.
Oh.
Hey, Jesse. I got about $1,000 riding on the Niners winning the Super Bowl.
You're gonna lose it this week.
But here's the question. If they win, do I hedge? If they win on Sunday.
That means they cash out early?
That means
you place a bet that evens it out.
So I win money either way. Maybe I won't win the same amount of money, but say they play the Bengals and I can win $200 on the Bengals.
No.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, go big or go home.
Mattress Kenny. Mattress Kenny. Oh, Jacob, I was thinking about that person. I think I was.
So what did I say?
I think I was DMing her as Miss P. I thought that was Miss P that put that money down.
It was.
Yeah.
It was. Hey, what did I say? I mean it. If the Kings win the NBA championship, NBA's rigged. NBA is somebody's fixing the league. That bet made no sense. Did he was it 2 NBA championship bets or bets to get to the finals? One was get to the finals and one was a championship.
Were there 2? Okay.
I thought there might have been 2 to win the championship, I think.
That's what I thought. I thought they were to win the championship.
Wow.
Celtics Kings finals doesn't sound too bad.
It doesn't. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Ain't no problem.
I mean, Will C's a numbers guy. 100% chance of winning something's pretty nice. I don't know. Coach David Patrick coming up in about 30 minutes. Anthony Slater coming up at 2:15. Had a great conversation with Harrison Barnes. Anxious to talk to him about that.
So over the break, during the commercial break, we were talking about I have a bet that's out there that I made in July.
Mm-hmm.
When can you believe this? The 49ers were 14-1 to win the Super Bowl. And I hopped on that 14-1. And it's like $1,000. It's in Vegas. I gotta go to Vegas to pick it up if they win. But I asked the question. I said, if the 49ers win on Sunday, should I hedge my bet and put some type of money on the Bengals just to make sure I come away with something?
Mm-hmm.
So if I were to win 1,000, if the 49ers were to win the Super Bowl, maybe I put some money down where I'll win $250 if the Bengals win. Like, I'll come away with something, right? Jesse says no. Jesse says no, don't do it.
What's more important to you, your fandom or your bank account?
So here's the deal. My bank account's more important, but the money isn't high enough.
Mm-hmm. That was the second question I was gonna ask you is what's the return on
the money's
Cincinnati?
not high enough. Like, did you hear about the guy? Did you hear about you see the guy who put $5 down on the all weekend, the first player to score a touchdown, and he won it with
I think I missed
so this guy put $5 down
Uh-huh.
on all 4 games.
Mm-hmm.
First person to score a touchdown in each game.
Mm-hmm.
He had all 3, and then Schultz from the Cowboys was the last one. And he videotaped. They got to the 5-yard line, and he was like hyperventilating.
Mm-hmm.
And they go to Schultz, and he scores. He won $75,000.
Wow.
Of a $5 bet.
That's
Now
amazing.
He's an idiot.
The part
and I'm gonna tell you why.
Oh, the part that I love the most is that you said he videotaped it. Like there was a camcorder behind him, like it was Rodney King or something, and he was recording it like it was 1993. Like, I love that part. I love when people say videotape. Go ahead.
This guy, and this is what I heard. I don't know if it's official, but this is what I've heard multiple times. He got the first 3, and wherever he did the bet at, tried to cash him out, and said, "We'll give you $15,000." And the bet was to win $75,000. I'm taking the $15,000. Absolutely. If I could turn 5 into 15,000 guaranteed, yeah, I could if everything went right, and it did for him.
Bro, that's what gambling is. That's very literally what gambling is. He gambled the 15,000 to get 75. The bet no longer was a $5 bet. The second the casino or the book offered to cash him out for 15,000, this now became a $15,000 bet.
You're not a gambling guy, but I'll ask you anyway. Would you take the 15,000?
Oh, probably.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Jesse,
probably would.
You taking the 15,000?
Yeah, I think I'm taking the.
Yeah,
I don't know.
probably
No,
would.
I don't know.
No.
If you make it that far, it's only because you only put $5 down.
I am. What's the
You
what's the game?
only lose $5. But the moment the book tells you can cash out for 15,000, you've now made a $15,000 bet.
I understand. Your point is well taken. I'm taking the 15 racks and going home.
Yeah, I'm confident.
And watching that
too.
49ers Cowboys game with a big old smile on my face. Now, it worked out for him in a major way. He got $75,000. More power to him. That's so greedy. I'm taking the 15K.
He did it right, though.
He did.
He did it right, though.
He did. Absolutely. You watch Deal or No Deal?
No.
Oh, man, that show is as stressful as 49ers Cowboys. That show is stressful. You know the premise of the game?
Is that the Howie Mandel
Yeah.
joint?
Yeah.
No.
That-
I
a
think
hell
I
of a
kind
show.
of do. Like I'm familiar with it. I don't watch it though.
That's
No,
a hell
it's
of a
not.
show. I don't even know if it's on like live anymore, but that I remember that was a hell of a show. It's essentially the same premise. Like you pick a box and they start opening these boxes and you start checking off. It's like from $1 million to $5. And every time they open a box, there's a number in there and say it's $200. Oh, $200 off the board. You don't know what's in your box. And the closer you get to the end of the boxes, every 4 or 5 boxes, the banker will call and say, hey, you can leave right now with $10,000. But 500,000 is still on the board. 750,000 is still on the board. $1 million is still there. $10 is still there.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to make a decision. And every time you get closer,
that's true.
They up it. They're like, all right, 500,000 is on the board. You can leave right now with 300,000. What you want to do? 500,000 and $1 million, and $75 are still on the board. We'll give you 300,000 right now. What you want to do? And you don't know what's in your briefcase.
So what if we could flip this on the Kings? Guarantee you, Kings win the first round. Or you can let it ride out there. They might miss the playoffs. They could get to the Western Conference Finals. Western Conference NBA champions is still on the board, baby. NBA champions is still on the board.
But if you take first round of playoffs, you're done in the second round.
You're done in the second round. Or catastrophe hits, you don't even make the playoffs.
But I'm saying,
play-in is out there.
What you're offering me,
I'm offering you,
is first round and out.
Guaranteed. You are going to the first round, but you're losing.
You're going to the. You said won the first round at first.
Did I?
You said win one.
Okay, I'm guarantee you win the first round, but you lose in the second.
Okay, that's more bottom line.
Guarantee you win the first round, but you're losing in the second. NBA champions is still out there. 10th seed still out there. 11th seed still out there.
Jesse, what you taking?
What you doing?
I'm not taking the first round because they're not gonna fall out. Like, this team won't fall out.
That's a confident Jesse right there. I'll take it. What you doing? Coward, come on, man. What you doing? This guy right here.
Hey,
listen to this.
Look.
You just said this team could win the NBA championship. They could go to the NBA finals.
You're guaranteeing me the euphoria of not only making the playoffs, but winning around.
I'll do you one better. I'll do you one better. I'll do you one better. They beat the Golden State Warriors in round 1 of the NBA playoffs.
Oh, my gosh.
Guarantee.
Oh, my goodness.
They beat the Golden State Warriors in round 1 of the playoffs. Do you take it? Or is this deal or no deal? Well, that 11 seed, that lottery is lingering out there.
Damn.
With Chatty House, what y'all doing?
I'm still stalling. I'm still stalling. What are the people saying? Matter of fact, call in. 916. Well, I forgot the new number. What's the number?
Coward Caraway. Boy.
Call in. I'll make a decision at the end of this segment.
Pragmatic pessimist bringing up a great. Wait a minute. The Warriors are making the playoffs.
I'm answering at the end of this segment. No,
okay, that's fine.
I won't do that to you. I think I'm gonna tell you what my gut is right now.
Dr. David says he's taking the deal.
I'm gonna tell you that's my gut right now. I'm taking the deal. You guarantee me the
Roddy
euphoria.
Says I'm taking the deal.
You guarantee me the euphoria of making the playoffs.
Yep.
And winning around.
Yep.
I haven't had that in almost 20 years. We'll build on that in the future. Although, like Kyle Shanahan said, I may not be here.
This is hey, all right. Okay. This has gotten way out of hand. Someone asked, what do your notes look like when you prepare for a show? I guarantee you they don't look like this. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. So we got the round 1 victory against the Golden State Warriors.
That would be sick.
or the potential to miss the playoffs, the potential to win the championship, or as Marcus points out, what if there was a little board up here that said Victor Wembanyama? So you've got both the NBA championship and the chance to draft Victor. Now that's completely separate than finishing 11th. That's a different type of box on Deal or No Deal. You got the 11 seed over here. You got the play-in box. You got all these different things. You got Victor. You got the finals. But I'm telling you, you can cash out right now with a victory over the Golden State Warriors in the first round. We could even do it. What if there were only 3 boxes left? Championship, Victor, or just an 11 seed. Or a 12 seed. We got to even it out. It can't be. You can't. You guys. That's 2 good boxes versus 1.
I'm cashing out, bro.
Wow. Y'all hear this, man?
I'm cashing out.
Look at this guy.
The stakes are too high for this franchise.
This man right here.
The stakes are too high for. Look, and this is part of why this question works so much, because of where we are now. If the Kings make the playoffs this year and you ask me all this stuff next year, it might be a different answer. But the stakes are too high. What did I say? What did I say in April or whatever, or May? I said, yo, by any means, you have to end the streak.
Yep.
That was the most important thing to this franchise.
Yeah.
You have to end the streak. And you can tell me they actually get that done. They get the euphoria of that. They get a first-round series against the Warriors, no less.
But they could win a championship.
I know. I'm disappointed in myself, but I'm
taking the deal. This man just said on this professional radio program minutes ago that the Sacramento Kings could win the NBA championship.
I said they could make the finals.
Tomato. He says now he wants to cash out.
I'm cashing out, man. Dude, this is a hell of a game, bro. I like this.
Now Damian's going to be at the grocery store playing deal and no deal with the cashier.
Let's get our brother Pablo in here. He's been waiting patiently. Pablo has not been waiting patiently. He said, "The hell with you two idiots and your stupid games."
Oh my gosh, Pablo.
We love you, Pablo. Now, in Pablo's defense, he's been there for a minute.
Damn, sorry, Pablo.
Yeah, that got out of hand. Definitely went in a direction I wasn't prepared for.
Hey, I'm not a thrill seeker, man. You know that. I'm not really a thrill seeker. I'm like,
I know that.
2 feet on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. So give me, I'll be so happy. I'll be so happy with the playoff appearance and a first round victory. And I'll look to move on and build off that moving forward. I'm
so fascinated by your level of risk right now. I want to do this one more time. This is fun. This is fun to me. This is like a window into Kenny Caraway. D'Lo and KC, 10 years in Sacramento, 10 years strong. We do something rare in the business and we walk away on our own terms.
I don't know why he's messing with me like this.
But the boxes are nationally syndicated and television show or fired tomorrow.
See, this is actually different. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna keep playing.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep playing.
All right.
I might be fired tomorrow after whoop that trick.
There's probably about 12 reasons we might be fired tomorrow. So
Kim said Stacy saw me do the gritty in front of her office. It was just looking.
Sounds right.
She was in the middle of an important meeting and Kenny's out there dancing in front of her office.
Yeah. Getting an email from HR. Hey, Kenny's been fired. Why? He was dancing in front of Stacy's office and no one can figure it out.
It says here he was doing the gritty in front of right foot creep.
Goodness gracious. We had mentioned
I'm letting that play out though.
Yeah,
I'm letting that play out. Betting on us.
D'Lo and KC gonna be around a long time.
Yeah.
No matter what they throw at us, D'Lo and KC gonna be around a long time. You ain't got enough money to get rid of D'Lo and KC. Not even the money of God can get rid of D'Lo and KC.
No, sir.
Michael had mentioned Sabonis playing one of his worst games of the season, and I thought that remark here in the Chatty House was funny because in the fourth quarter, I was thinking the same thing. Domas and De'Aaron were turning the ball over like crazy. They had, I think, was it 9 turnovers in the second quarter?
Mm-hmm.
It felt like Domas and De'Aaron were just throwing the ball all over the place. Domas had 8 turnovers himself last night. It was one of his, maybe it was his worst game as a King. It was certainly one of his stranger games as a King.
Mm-hmm.
And he walked away with a triple-double.
Messed around and got a triple-double.
He walked away with a 14, 10, and 11 stat line. The double-double streak continues to grow. I believe that's his 6th triple-double of the season. Like, he continues to play at an all-star level, even though as we're watching it, we're like, oh, Domas is bugging. Like, what is he doing? He contributed big, contributed late as well. And that was, in truth be told, it was a weird game from De'Aaron Fox too, until the final quarter. Really, and I'll stretch that a little bit further. There was a stretch in the third where I thought he became really problematic for Memphis defensively, and I think that carried them, till they put the game completely out of reach. But given that the Kings ultimately won by 33 points, really weird outing from Domas and De'Aaron.
It was bizarre. I mean, it was almost like I don't want to say an old school, but like an early season game for Domas. Like, he was in a little bit of foul trouble. They weren't letting him, play his physical. I mean, I don't know. It felt, maybe the timing doesn't bear out, but it felt like he could never get in a groove between the turnovers and the foul trouble. It can never like get into a groove, and it reminded me of an early season game from him. Still found a way to get that triple double. I think he had rebounds and assists before he had points, as far as like double figures. Because I remember I turned to Sherrill L. Grove. That's what I was watching the game with Sherrill L. Grove and Auntie Cindy. Big ups to them. Had a good time with them last night. And I looked on the scoreboard, and I squinted my eyes because I can't see.
Because you can't see anything.
This huge scoreboard. I had to squint my eyes, and I said, "He only got 8 points." Dang. And then I thought, does this double count? A rebound and assist? Does that one count? You don't have the points. And then like immediately, Malik Monk and him were on a pick and roll, and
I think he hit it on a dunk. Yeah. That got him his 10th.
But it was a bizarre game from Domas.
It was. Yeah. And the fact that it was, you say bizarre, bad game, bad outing from Domas?
I wouldn't classify it as that. He didn't take care of the basketball. That's not a good thing, but he still did so many good things out there with the rebounding, the assist, and
knowing the way
points. I mean, it was like a 20-point game when he got up to 14 or whatever, but still, he got him.
Knowing the way you basketball players are, though, and we could talk to Coach Patrick about this in a couple minutes, those turnovers weigh on you. I think if we asked Domas today, or we just sent James a note that said, hey, go talk to Domas. Tell him the Chatty House is wondering if he thinks he had a bad game yesterday. I guarantee you he would say yes.
I could understand.
Because those 8 turnovers are going to weigh on him more than 14 points or 10 rebounds or 11 assists.
Yeah.
And the fact that I'm confident he'll be frustrated in the way that he played last night, and they won the way that they did. De'Aaron turned the ball over a lot too. And the fact that I think the Kings as a whole, was it 24? It was an absurd number.
They had a lot, way too many.
25 total turnover to 15.
Way too many turnovers.
They were -10 in the turnover battle and came away with that game the way that they did.
And the thing I would say is I feel like Domas or somebody would say, you'd ask them about their game, and I got to be better with the turnovers. I don't know if he classified as a bad game. He'd be like, I get the triple double, but I can't turn the ball over that much. Probably leave it at that.
Okay.
Because I think there are a lot of good things they did.
Man, Domas didn't go to the foul line last night.
A couple of those foul calls he got called on him were a little suspect.
Yeah, but
it's whatever.
Yeah, sky's blue.
Sky's blue.
That's just the way
just
it
thought
is.
about it. We should ask we should play Deal or No Deal with David Patrick.
Yeah, I can't lie. I thought of that. I was trying to set the parameters in my head, like the NCAA tournament. Like where do we go? I'll let you. You've got to format. You got to format that.
Okay. Yeah, I think I got it.
You got okay.
Well, I'm trying to think. So,
I don't know how.
Sky Championship.
Okay.
Big Sky Championship, but missed the tournament. because it's hard to see where they're at. Right. Yeah,
work through it. Let's get Chi-Town in here. 916-909-1320. Chicago, what's happening?
What's up with the homies? How y'all doing?
We good, big dog. How you doing, fam?
Good. I'm good. Just at work. First off, shout out to baby Ryan and big brother Reese.
Yes, indeed.
And couple things. You wanted to recall a memory sometime back in May about something you said. I'm gonna pull 2 receipts. Remember, I was one of the first one that respectfully requested that you change up the Drake beat.
You did. I remember that. I've done that a couple times though.
And then remember when I said, because I don't want to hear it 50-something times, and then y'all laughed at me. Oh, 50 times. Yeah. Okay. And then on another call, I really recall saying, who could beat these dudes in 7 games? I see they could push any team in the NBA to a 7-game series. I really seen that. Like, I go to enough games. Section 221, that's the cheapest section for all y'all that don't know.
Shout out 221. Those are our people.
Yeah, Section 221, best seat in the house. But yeah, I've been to enough games to see, man, them dudes got a lot of potential and they got a lot of energy. So shout out to the Kings. Oh, and then one more thing. Y'all know I'm slow fast, right? You could tell by how many times I'd have called the show to talk to you guys. I don't have no friends. But why have I been going to the Niner games? I've been in Cali a few years. I've been going to the Niner games for the past few years. Why the hell I just found out the Amtrak goes straight to the stadium?
Oh, brother, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a little tricky, Chi-Town. It is a little tricky because it goes straight to the stadium, but there are, unless they changed it, there are certain times, like I remember looking at that to go to a game on Sunday, and the last train back is like 3:30. It's like, bro, I can't use this because the game over at like 4:30. A game over at 4, I got to get to the train. So that's going to be another 15, 20-minute walk. Like, I can't use it. So
that, and if there's a train running, there's going to be 4 other million people waiting to get on the train. So you're probably not getting on the first one.
Well, you got a ticket.
4 million tickets. Hey, I know a lot of people
you'd be sold out. You'd be sold out. So but I did that when I went to Niners Vikings divisional round in 2019. And I think the reason why I was able to do that is because it was a Saturday game. They have more trains on a Saturday. On Sunday, they don't have as many trains. That's why I wouldn't work out coming from Saturday. But it was a blast. Like, it was that's the way I would do it if I was going down there, if all the trains and the schedules worked out. That's a blast. So I didn't know that for a long time either, Chi-Town. Don't worry about it.
You ride, Chi-Town. We appreciate you.
And Chi-Town he was on. He did say those things. I remember him.
Let's go from Chi-Town to let's go from Chicago to Orlando. Kamara, what's happening, baby?
Man, I got like 15 million things to tell you. First of all, Damien, I called you today. You didn't pick up the phone. So I was going to tell you some like basketball, rumor mill shit that I found out.
Or
stuff. You didn't pick up.
God, yo, why do people not know we're on the radio? Like, we make y'all entirely too comfortable.
My bad.
That's all right. That's all right.
All right. So let me say. So I was going to tell you about Kings and all that.
Well, just give us the rumor. It's just us. Okay. You ain't got to tell you who told you. Just tell us what the rumor is.
Right, so you know, like how I have friends in the Wizards organization. Okay.
You said Wizards?
And so, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I was just making sure.
And then in the front office. And so, I text stuff and I was like, well, man, what is going on over there, man? And they're like, bruh, it's crazy. So then he called me. I got 3 minutes. And tell you straight up, in the front office, that trade was not well approved across the office. People were like pissed off. Pissed off. And
you mean the Rui trade?
The Rui deal, yeah.
Yeah, and he said, to the point where the GM was calling people, asking them to help them sell the trade to people, like sell the optics of trade. And then the front office were like, I can't help you sell this. I can't help you sell this. And they're upset because like you're dealing with people's jobs now. Because they're like, yo, these are the type of things that are like fireable offenses. And you have people who like rely on decisions. And how did you get this trade-off? My question is, how do you get this trade-off and you don't have buy-in from the entire of the front office?
My answer to that would be the owner said, go ahead and do it.
My answer is, I'm stunned to hear things might be dysfunctional in Washington. That was sarcasm font right there.
Is that Leonis? Doesn't he own the Wizards and the Capitals?
Leonis owns, yeah. He owns the Wizards, and I think it's still your boy, right? Tommy. Didn't Tommy still?
Oh yeah, Tommy
Shepard. Yeah.
I wonder if he knows who Tommy Shepard is, the real Tommy Shepard. Who was actually
Tommy Shepard, the general manager, knows who the other Tommy Shepard is.
Who's actually a fake Tommy Shepard, but
I know who David Patrick is.
That's my guy.
David Patrick joins us when we return here. We got Anthony Slater on the way as well. Jason Jones coming up. More of your phone calls here. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. You really just be on here cussing.
Yeah, like who hasn't cussed yet?
I don't know. Hell, even Kenny did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even Kenny dropped the asshole. It's like, hey, I don't think we can.
Well, at least I didn't know you couldn't say that. They know you can't say shit.
Oh, man. That's
Kenny's
funny.
cussed twice on here.
Yeah. Did he?
No, I thought I said, I hit him.
Oh, he Booker T'd it. I think Jason has. Matt George in epic fashion.
Trista's done it.
Trista did it.
Times.
Yep. Trista did it.
A number of callers have.
Trista loves seeing how close she can get to that dump button. I'm gonna get as close to that dump button as I can.
So let me see.
I don't think James is cussed. James hasn't. Maddie McQueen definitely did.
I think the
that was pretty.
The premise
funny
for Coach Patrick is you win the Big Sky regular season.
Okay.
You win the Big Sky. You can take that and move on with life.
Just put that logo up there.
What's in the other boxes is make the NCAA tournament, which means you win the tournament, the Big Sky tournament. Don't win anything. So that's what you can make the tournament and not win the conference championship. His isn't really going to be as good as the Kings.
It would have to be. There's nothing dramatic enough. I mean, obviously, not making the tournament.
Right. Because the thing is, you can because they're still getting the ultimate. I think he would go for NCAA. We'll ask him. I think he'd go for NCAA tournament. I think he would, but he'd have to play it out, and there's no guarantee, right? Isn't that the whole part of it? You can take this Big Sky championship, and
but you don't get the tournament,
right?
Yeah,
right. Or you can play it out, and you might make the NCAA tournament, or you might not do anything.
Yeah, you don't get it.
If he takes the Big Sky, though, he already gets in the tournament.
Not if he wins the regular season. He's got to win the conference.
Oh, the conference tournament.
Yeah,
I got you.
They're not going to get an at-large bid because of that. So we'll give you a Big Sky championship right now. You can get that and use that as a recruiting pitch. Or
Big Sky champions, baby.
Can't erase what we were. Or you can just kind of float along and you might make the tournament or you might not. We're also going to tell Coach, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to.
We're just gonna be a deal or no deal show now.
Yeah, we've it's such a. I can see why the show is stressful. It's such a fascinating concept. It really is. It's a fascinating concept.
It is. Okay, Roddy has it.
Howie is that's Mikey's guy. Like, I guess Howie was a big believer in Mikey from
he was on the show,
America's Got Talent.
Yeah. That's what's up.
We got to get. I don't even know if Mikey's here anymore. I haven't talked to Mikey in a long time. We got to get Mikey in here.
Yeah, for sure. Saw Lance last night.
Yeah, was he wearing a Lance jersey? Is that what he was wearing?
Yeah, I didn't even notice that until you said that. Wow. Hornets deal or no deal. New on-campus arena. Conference championship tourney appearance.
Hey, Brian, you can dangle that new arena out there for Coach Patrick.
Roddy, you're spot on. Joining the WCC or Mountain West. I'd even throw the Big West in there. I always said the Big West is where they should be. WCC is a bunch of private schools, I think almost, I want to say all of them. I think almost all of them are private schools.
Shout out to the people that visit Sacramento. I'm voicing something for them.
Oh,
I met with them this morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just doing some voiceover work, man. Expanding the portfolio a little bit.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Thanks to Stacy too, who helped facilitate that. Stacy, Carrie, everybody who helped set that
That's
up.
a real good look.
That's exciting. I'm excited about it. Yeah.
You guys, this is a true story. I told it on the stream one time. I did almost get Miss P arrested.
Yep.
Damn.
Yep.
Still apologize for that, Miss P. I still apologize.
What Miss P getting out here? Could you imagine if we coordinated Miss P's visit with Trista's next visit? I don't know if Sacramento can handle that.
Streets are saying soon, though. You know, I don't want to speak for it, but the streets are saying soon.
That's what I'm on. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're live on Facebook as well. We started a little thing in the afternoon yesterday called Run It Back. Starting actually tomorrow, we're going to run segments of the show back. So for those who listen on ESPN 1320, like on the radio, those who listen on the Odyssey app, if you don't really partake in the Twitch and the YouTube stuff, and you kind of jump in, you're in and out of the car, man, you'll hear D'Lo and Casey now from 12 till 6 o'clock. We've got you covered with the best local sports content here, your best conversations on the Sacramento Kings, and your best conversations on the Sac State Hornets, as we welcome in our guy, Coach David Patrick,
there he
the
is,
head coach of the men's basketball team there at Sac State. Coach, let's start with this. Can you tell me about the video you guys posted on social media yesterday and what that was all about?
Oh, yeah, man. I had an awesome opportunity to present our guy, Xavier Ford, on a full athletic scholarship. Xavier was a walk-on here. A walk-on obviously means, for those that don't know, someone that's paying to go to school here. And he's been doing that for 2 years previously, before coming from junior college in Riverside. But, you know, I inherited him. Didn't know who he was when I got in the program, but his approach every day as a person, as an athlete, is what, when you're trying to build program, I thought the best way for me to repay him and show him how much he meant, because he doesn't always show up in the stat sheet, hardly ever, was by awarding him a scholarship to take care of his tuition and books and rent for the next 6 months.
Yeah, that's such an
eyes got a little warm watching that video.
Got Dusty in the room, man. Got Dusty in the room. Those are always such a great moment to see. Not only the student athlete get that accomplishment and get that recognition, but to see how much it means to his teammates as well. You know, and this video was no different. It seemed like everybody in that locker room was so happy for him to have that opportunity and you know, to embrace him in that moment, man. It was really cool to see.
Oh, it was awesome. I don't know if they were relieved, because I set them up. You know what I'm saying? Like I wrote, the first kid had to read a letter. It said, "This is from Officer such and such. You broke code 916." And so they were like, "What?" So you didn't get that part on there, because they were shook. So I think when Xavier read his scholarship announcement, they were shook and happy for him at the same time, because they knew what time it was going to be if they were really in trouble.
We can never do anything without. We can never do anything without adding a level of drama to it. That's like your basketball team. Your basketball team stays dramatic.
man.
Y'all don't let them games get outside of 4 points, no matter what.
Tough, man. The road is tough, and it's tough to come back on the road. You know what I mean? You can come through at home sometimes because you got your fans behind you and your family behind you, but you can't put yourself in those situations on the road. You know, I think we lost that 2 games at Idaho State and Weber. Weber State's obviously it's a hard place to play, hard place to win at. I think they're 2-28 all time. I think at Weber State, Sac State is. So we kind of controlled the game in the first half. It's not like every other game where we're down 20 points and come back. We're up, and they made some big plays. But at Idaho State, man, you can't let yourself get in the hole, 20 points and come back within a basket. So hopefully we can start avoiding this drama.
Coach, do you take anything out of the fact that you guys routinely can come back from those deficits when you're in them? We saw it with Eastern Washington and then these 2 games here. Do you take anything from that? Because to me, I think you're just as competitive as I am, right? If that happens when I'm coaching, I'm like, nah, it's just a loss. Like I'm not that happy that, we came back, but you probably should be, right? Like there's a level of fight that the kids are showing and they stick with it. So do you take something from, being able to come back, even though being down a couple of times in a row, it can be frustrating?
No, I do. I think the program, when I look at it from afar, is in the right direction because shoot, you can be down 28 and lose by 40. Or 30 and just fold in. So I know our guys have done it multiple times, have come back. So there's a resiliency about them. And there's a belief there in what we're doing. I think it also, for me as a coach and a staff, when we make adjustments, I think at halftime, our adjustments a lot of the times work. I just hope we, for me as a coach, I probably got to adjust a little quicker. I can't wait 20 minutes. It may need to be 5. So I do believe, there's a proudness of your team because they believe in what you're doing, and don't stop regardless of the score. So that gives us a chance every night.
Yeah, Coach, these types of close games that you guys have, we often talk about it, and we've talked about it a lot with the Sacramento Kings this year. Is we've used the term like you learn to win those close games. Sometimes we say that stuff, and I'm like, is that a thing? Like, do you guys do you really have to learn how to win those games that? For you guys, it's every night when you're constantly within 2, 3, 4 points.
Man, you got to go through these situations, and it was growth. Even though we lost at Weber State, Austin Patterson, we talked about him last week. He had 2 free throws at Hawaii against Southern Utah and missed them at a key part of the game. He had the same 2 free throws the other night at Weber State and makes them. To me, that's growth. You've got to go through those situations. It's easy to coach them in practice, but it's hard to go through in games with that pressure. So there's that part. I think there's the other part of, to be honest, Zach Chappelle has won more than he's ever won in his life at this stage of his career. He's 11 games is the most he's ever won at this time of the season. So trying to teach guys not to be content when you're up at Weber State, knowing that you're supposed to win. Like those are stuff that you have to get through to become a championship caliber team, which I'm hopeful we will in the next few years.
Yeah. Hey, Coach, you guys are coming home, for a few games, and you guys have played so well at the Nest. Is that a place where I talk about this with the Kings a little bit, where they start to almost believe anything, when they get going at the Golden One Center, and it feels like maybe you guys have the same type of vibe at the Nest. We're like, hey, we're home. We play so well here. It doesn't matter who we're playing. We're gonna either find a way to blow them out, or if we're down, we'll find a way to come back and get it done. A level of belief. Do you think the team has that sense of feel when they're at home playing at the Nest?
Yeah, look, I think we have pride in protecting our home, and there's a spirit there when your fans are there, when your family's there, that we have at the Nest. That place gets rocking, and our guys do have a strong belief that we make more shots at home like most teams do. But when we're down, we got our fans behind us at home, and there's a swag, I think, when we walk in that gym, our home gym, especially here at Sac State, when we're playing in those games.
You got international night coming up against Montana on Thursday, and there are strong international vibes between you and even Coach Campbell on the women's side. Can you explain the importance of having these international players here and them all being together on this one squad playing for you?
Look, I think it talks about what basketball is, a global game. You know, you're watching last night at the Kings and the Grizzlies games. You got guys from Lithuania, New Zealand, Nigeria on the floor, and then you put that to our team. You know, it's an eclectic mix of guys from all around the world, and girls in our women's program. And then you talk about a university and the diversity of the school itself. I think the one night where you can kind of honor all those different nationalities together, and the fact that we have so many on our team, I think needs to be honored, and it will be fun to do that Thursday night.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, Coach, there's one major question we want to ask you, but I wanted to ask you a little minor question real quick. You know who Coach Robert Jones is in Norfolk State?
Yeah, I do.
Have you seen? I was watching the game last night with them in Morgan State, and it stood out to me because he had like some shaded aviator lenses on as he was coaching, and I knew we were talking to you tomorrow. I was like, I wonder if Coach Patrick would. I think you could pull it off, Coach. I think you could pull it off, man. Some aviator lenses, man, on the sidelines. I think you could do it.
Man, sure, I have to lose a bet for me. But hey, whatever we got to do to win, I do it. But no, Rob's a good friend.
I guarantee you, if Coach wore them once and they won, he'd wear them again.
Yeah, that might be what happened to Coach Jones.
No doubt. I may need to tap in with him because he's had a great record over there at Norfolk State. So I may be doing something wrong. I need to get there.
Let's touch on the important business, because, Coach, I'm just going to preface this. We've lost our mind today. I don't know what's happened to our radio program, but I'll tell everybody this: Montana on Thursday, Montana State on Saturday. It's coaches versus cancer. Also on that Saturday game, which you'll see prominently displayed. So with this 4-game homestand, get out and support Coach Patrick and the Sac State Hornets.
Yes, indeed. All right,
yeah,
Coach.
definitely. And sorry to cut you off, like that coaches versus cancer games dear to my heart, and my mother passed of cancer. And I know many of us have been touched by cancer in our families and lives, and we're going to honor those that have been close to our team and our family with their names on the back of our T-shirts, etc. on Saturday. So I think it'll be a good cause, and those that can donate to help this filthy disease.
I love that. I love that the NCAA, really, college basketball, really dive into that, and they haven't stopped. Like, I remember when they first started doing it, and such an important cause, bring awareness and to, commemorate, those that we've lost. I love seeing it. It's one of my favorite weeks of the college basketball season, and I'll be happy to see you guys participating in it as well.
The women do We Back that week too, which is always it's always a tremendous thing to see everybody in that Tennessee orange for a week. That's pretty awesome to see.
No doubt.
All right, Coach, we're gonna get you out of here with a little fun. Are you familiar with the game Deal or No Deal? You seen that?
Yeah.
Right? So the premise of the person picks a box. They just pick their box 22. You put it off to the side. You keep opening the boxes or whatever. So we were doing this with the Kings, right? Because I said, look, I'm not predicting they will. I'm saying the Kings, they have the ability to get to the NBA Finals this year with how they score or whatever. So then Damian over here says, I'm going to give you a deal or no deal scenario. And he says to me, he goes, your box is the Kings win a first-round series and they lose in the second round. The boxes that are
guaranteed to happen.
Guaranteed. The boxes that are still out there are NBA championship, a 12 seed, or Victor Wembanyama. Are you going to keep playing, or are you going to take the box? Now, I'm not even asking you to answer that one, Coach. I got a tougher one for you. We have a Sac State basketball edition of Deal or No Deal. Okay, here we go. Your box is win the Big Sky regular season championship. You could have that, and that's it. That's it.
Guaranteed.
The boxes that are still out there is an NCAA tournament appearance or nothing. No conference championship, no tournament championship, no NCAA appearance. Are you taking your Big Sky championship and running, or are you going to keep playing and go for the NCAA tournament?
I'm going to keep playing.
I knew Coach was going for that.
See,
Coach, Kenny's a coward. He would have taken the championship and left.
I took the first round playoff win and moved on from the Kings.
Actually, you know what? I better check my contract because I think if I win the big, I think I make, yeah. Let me go back. No.
Coach about to go check that bonus edition, that last page bonus edition of his contract.
Let me double check. I think I get an extra year on the championship. So let me. I'll take the NCAA tournament, bro.
Well, see, but look, that's not even a guarantee. You just still have a chance.
Coach gonna play for that.
Yeah, I'm with Coach. I'm playing for it.
With this squad, man. With this squad, I'll take these guys anywhere and play anybody in this league on a neutral floor. Because anything can happen with the chance to play in March, which is unheard of for some of these guys, and not just for me. I say this all the time. I've been in the Final Four. I've played in national. Not that I don't want to go there anymore, but the administration, the people in the community have not been to an NCAA tournament here at Sac State. So to have the ability to try to give that to not only student athletes here, but guys that have been to school here and ladies will be most fulfilling to me.
That would be amazing. That would be crazy.
First step to the tournament. Go get those 2 wins this week, Coach.
Yeah.
We appreciate you as always, man. Thanks for having some fun with us.
Take care.
Y'all the best. See you.
All right. So, man, Coach David Patrick right there. Ryan's already texted me, you 2 idiots. He didn't do that. Shout out to my man Ryan, who makes sure we're all set each week.
Big ups, Ryan.
That's what he's thinking. That's not what he's texting.
He's saying to himself, don't Coach, press send.
The best part. I'm just envisioning Coach Patrick. The hell's my contract? need to go
getting his agent on the line.
He's turning to the last page of his contract to see what that incentive page looks like. Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, get out there. I got to get out there sometime over the next 2 weeks because the Kings play their last home game for a few weeks tomorrow. Yeah, they gone for a minute. So hey, this is all our opportunity. Yeah. Let's get out there. Let's support Coach David Patrick. Let's support Coach Campbell as well. And see those Sac State men's and women's basketball team, because you know that this is me. I absolutely blew that. I should have been out there in them streets with you. Those back to back, those doubleheader women and men those are gone. Yeah. Those are done. Yeah. It's Sac State's at home. The men are at home. The women are on the road. The women are at home. The men are on the road. That's the way it is the rest of the season.
It was pouring that day.
It was, yeah. I believe you got caught in the rain that day.
Oh my gosh, that was looking like what's Daryl in Coming to America.
Oh man, oh, just soul glow running all down your camel peacoat. Terrible, just terrible. Coach's perspectives are I did love what he said about learning experiences though. Mm-hmm. And it ties into something we were talking about with Malik Monk yesterday. And I don't believe Malik Monk has like these learning experience ahead of him, though I believe great ball players continue to get better and learn. But we spoke about some of the struggles Malik has had, some of the remarks that Mike Brown made about addressing it, and how they're going to. Our thing yesterday was, Malik's you just play through it. Mm-hmm. Like you got to let Malik cook and just get through this. Yeah. And 13-9-8. Mm. That was Malik's stat line last night. 13-9-8. Now, and I think that's important. 13-9-8. It wasn't 33. Right. It wasn't 27. But tell me you couldn't feel every basket Malik had.
Oh, yeah.
Every single one of them. He was part of the 3-point barrage early. Mm-hmm. He had some finishes at the rim. And I don't know why. You said this earlier in the year, and man, it rings even truer after last night's game. Crowd goes crazy for Keegan, De'Aaron, Domas. There is a different feel when Malik Monk gets a basket and reacts to that Golden One Center crowd.
Yeah. It's all like, it's almost I'll hesitate saying this, but it's almost a different feel when he shoots a basket. Like when he's gearing up to shoot a 3, Like that's louder than almost anybody else on the team.
Yeah.
Like people want Malik to hit a bucket so bad, man. It's a different level of energy, man. And I felt it not only with the shots that he was making last night, but just his attacks to the basket with every pass that he made. You know, there was a level when he plays with a certain level of confidence, this entire team plays with a certain level of confidence. And when they're at home, it bleeds into the crowd. And the entire crowd has a certain level of confidence that they exude back onto the court. It's like a storm tunnel.
The crowd, all of the energy that Malik puts out, the crowd gives it right back. And again, it's not that they're not amped for Keegan or Harrison or these other guys, but there is, and I think part of it is Harrison hits, in last night's case, his 5th 3 in a row and just turns around and runs down the court. Can you imagine if Malik had hit 5 threes in a row? He would have burned the Golden One Center to the ground last night, and we all would have been for it.
Let's go.
Yeah. It would have been nuts. And one's not right, one's not wrong. Just the energy is different. And man, watching Malik playing that, make those passes that I think Mike said last night, I'm nervous every time Malik does that. But his passes are not just a little chest pass, a nice little bounce pass. That's not what Malik does. Malik sees a window, no matter how small, he's going to fit the ball through it. And more times than not, he's able to.
Yeah, he gets there.
And that's why he flirted with a triple-double last night.
And he was really good last night. And I feel like along with Trey Lyles, and De'Aaron Fox had a lot to do with it as well. When the game was getting a little tighter than anybody wanted it to get, those guys stepped up and say, no, we're not doing this. It was probably a little bit of what happened against Philadelphia on Saturday, where they put their foot down and said, they didn't do it Saturday, but they were thinking about Saturday yesterday, and they put their foot down. This isn't happening again. Let's go. Let's turn this up on the defensive end. Let's get out. Let's run. Let's get some easy buckets. We're not going through this again.
I could absolutely be wrong, but I think Domas said something along those lines last night. I'm looking back for a James Ham tweet that I saw from the locker room. Domantas Sabonis did not know how close Malik Monk was to triple-double. That's not what I was looking for at all. Or maybe I just made this up. Maybe I'm just making things up here to hold everyone's attention. I was certain someone said something about being aware of what happened last night during the game, being aware of what happened in the Philadelphia game and not wanting that to happen again. But at this point, just scrolling through James's text line, I'm completely making this up.
I'm sure you heard it, because how could you not? You know what I mean? How could you not?
I probably just saw it from, Sacktown Tony on Twitter or something. Like, it's like, yeah, I mean,
that local guy might have said
we were all worried about it.
Right. I know I was sitting there.
You were already angry. You had already planned the first hour of the show.
Yeah. I was like, bro, come on, man. Y'all do this again. I'm not being so nice this time. I was nice yesterday. Not being so nice if you do this again. And sure enough, they didn't.
They did not.
They handled business.
And somehow walked away with a 33-point win.
33-point win. Hey, that's
so funny.
And look, the national basketball fans got to see it last night.
I'm sure they did. And apologies to the YouTube crowd. I guess the YouTube crowd, I don't know if this happened the whole game, but I guess they were watching a dog show.
Come on, man. Why would they do that to the YouTube?
That was the first. I don't think they did it on purpose, but that was the first thing they did on when I opened Twitter. I was like, why is everybody tweeting about a dog show?
Well, so what? On the typical NBC California
I guess
channel?
YouTube forgot to flip a switch or something. I don't know how this works. I don't know what happened.
Been hot.
I would have been furious.
I would have been hot.
Yeah, I saw people, they couldn't watch it on NBA TV because it was blacked out.
Wow.
So they, went in NBC Sports California, and I guess there was a a highly competitive dog show on. I don't know how long. I don't know if that lasted the whole game.
I would have been so
and they
mad.
just missed it.
I really would have.
Frantically calling to get other people's passwords. I'm not sure how that works.
See, it needed to show some respect. That would never happen to a Warriors game. Show some respect.
I was getting ready to switch to YouTube TV too.
Show some respect.
Can't do
to
that.
the Sacramento Kings, to your Pacific Division leading Sacramento Kings. I think I tweeted something out yesterday that got too much traction, so wasn't taking that down. But I don't think it's factual. I said on January 23rd, the Kings are closer to the 2nd seed than they are the 6th seed. I think they're the same. They're 3.5 behind the 2 seed, and I think there might be 3 up on the 6th seed, maybe 3.5. I'll need my fact check guy, Damian Barling, too.
I got 3.5 from Memphis.
They 3 up on the Clippers.
Yeah, they're 3.5 up on the Clippers.
They're 3.5, so it's the same.
Yeah.
So they're not closer to one or the other, but the tweet looks better when I say they're closer to 2nd.
Well, just like in proximity in the standings, they are in fact closer.
Physically,
they are closer.
Physical. Literally, I guess. Yeah, you get it. They're closer to Memphis.
I got you. Let it rock, baby. Get those numbers. Get that engagement. We'll come back. Anthony Slater is going to join us in about 15 minutes. And how about the promo for Brock Purdy at the Wells Fargo Center last night? We'll touch on that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I love Coach Patrick, man.
Yeah, man, he's great.
That's just great stuff. When I turn my mic, can you hear me, Jesse? You can? You can hear me. Okay. Thread. Okay. I'm just noticing stuff.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a given. That brother is bad.
Oh, he made it. That's what's up, man. I was talking to Drake a couple of weeks ago at the game, and they were like, man, we might have a chance. But he officially made it. That's what's up, man.
What were you saying? I actually
I'm be looking at 4:30.
I liked the American Badass return. I thought it was cool. I know
I missed Raw.
I thought it was I didn't tweet about it because the game had started at that point. I watched all 3 hours from 5 to 8. At like 7:30, I switched to the iPad for Lashley in Theory, which saw Brock return. I thought the show was perfectly timed. The first hour was incredible. Absolutely incredible. The only thing I didn't like was the Becky Lynch Bailey thing, but I read this morning they did it that way because the Sami Zayn stuff at the beginning went so long, they had to cut stuff. And so they wound up cutting that a little bit. But I thought the show was really good. And I thought the first hour was the best WWE show I'd seen in a long, long time. It was just flawless storytelling. Paul Heyman was perfect, as he always is. Sammy was perfect. Roman was perfect. Like it was just, and then everything that it led into, because they're defending now the Raw titles and then the SmackDown titles, so they can lose one without losing the other.
So whatever match they'll be like, this one's on the line.
So last night's was for the Raw title, and they ran an injury angle where Sammy steps in, and the finishes, the near finish, it was so, because I was into it.
Mhm.
I was like, they're taking these
Who'd
belts.
they go up against?
Oh, they went up against the Mr.
What is that crew called?
I don't remember.
The Dominic Mysterio
Judgment
crew?
Day?
Judgment Day. Yeah, that's who it is. Judgment Day. And I think it was Jay was throwing these super kicks, and boom, he gets Dominic, boom, he gets Balor, and he loads up the other one, and it's Rhea, and he like pulls it, and you're like, they're teasing him, hitting her with the super. It was so good.
Everybody was on their
I
A
absolutely
game
loved
last
it.
night, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
The only mishap they had was actually when the show started. Hogan came out, and I'm like, are they gonna boo this man? And they were like, okay, they didn't boo him, but then his mic started to cut out, and he didn't know it. So they started to boo him, and it confused him until a stagehand ran up to him and handed him a new mic. And then I think he realized what happened. And then he hit the big go home line of what you going to do when the Philadelphia Eagles, brother, and Hulkamania. And of course, the crowd pops big for that. Yes. I'll say this on the radio because we talk about it all the time. WWE's Raw last night was really good.
Mm-hmm.
It was just,
I gotta check it out.
The first hour, if you're a wrestling fan, even if you hadn't watched in a while, watch the first hour of Raw last night. Just perfect storytelling. And then you'll hear the promo that Paul Heyman, who they're in Philadelphia, so you know that's Paul Heyman's town, right?
Mm-hmm.
He has that Philadelphia crowd in the palm of his hand, and they're chanting ECW, and you could see him, he's playing up this emotion, and then he says something like, you know, they're chanting ECW, and he's like, ECW is dead. And the crowd shifts, and then he starts talking about the Philadelphia Eagles, who are gonna lose to Brock Purdy. Oh, it's so, especially coming off the heels of the promo that ran before the Cowboys game with Paul Heyman. It was beautiful.
I guess I didn't.
They ran a Paul Heyman promo.
I didn't even see it.
Oh yeah, maybe
I was probably just nervous.
It might have been before Seattle. It might have been before Seattle and not. I can't remember if it was before Seattle or Dallas.
You're not getting much out of me.
But it was
in the final 5 minutes before kickoff.
It was a promo by Paul Heyman for Brock Purdy with Brock Purdy. Oh, it was beautiful.
Oh man, I did see that
marvelous
clip though. Shout out to Kyron. I think Mark tagged me and tagged us in that moment, and that's always a good thing.
Brock Purdy's so fascinating to me. It's such a fascinating like case study of the NFL, and it's a fascinating case study of bad teams, which sometimes are just bad teams. It's bad talent. It's bad. Sometimes it's bad organizations, and I know they're trying to change things. The Jets clearly are a bad organization, and I'm looking at Brock Purdy, and I'm looking at. We're far enough into this, right, where I don't think any discussion we're having on Brock is hyperbole. It's like, yo, the young man is good. Like he has the tendencies of a good quarterback. You can see the composure in him. And if you don't know what composure in a young quarterback looks like, go watch Zach Wilson. Go watch Sam Darnold a couple of years ago. And I just kept thinking, that's a singular organization that missed on two quarterbacks at the top of the draft. This kid was drafted dead last, 300 something. Quarterback after quarterback after quarterback after quarterback taken before him. And you watch him in this situation with this coach and this roster. Now, you can mask a lot of stuff with a good roster. But his composure and his skill set isn't because of how good Debo is.
Yeah.
It's because of him as a quarterback.
Absolutely.
And we've talked about this in the past, and this isn't rocket science. This isn't breaking news. Far more quarterbacks in the NFL are ruined rather than made. Like, I wonder what Zach Wilson would have been like if he wasn't taken first, if he was taken later on. Daniel Jones always wanted, Daniel Jones is a fine quarterback, but you drafted him too high. All right, what if he was drafted in the second round? Would we evaluate Daniel Jones differently? Would we be more patient with his development? Baker Mayfield getting drafted by the Cleveland Browns instead of an Andy Reid-led team or a Kyle Shanahan. I know Baker has his flaws. Does Baker, as a quarterback, he's really a bad quarterback? Or he doesn't have the right coach who can maximize what he does well? It's one of the things that we talked about leading into the season, which we may or may never not ever see. And it's what would Kyle Shanahan do with what we believe to be Trey Lance's skill set, which I think is a more unique skill set in compared to Brock Purdy.
Right.
But I was watching Paul Heyman cut that promo last night, thinking of Brock Purdy, thinking about the game that we're going into. And it's not just Brock, it's the quarterback that he's going against. You and I both went into this season believe Philadelphia just wants him out of here. They're going to start him, let him fail, and then they're going to put Gardner Minshew in. Gardner Minshew's going to fail, but this is what they want, and they can move forward with that. Jalen Hurts didn't give him that opportunity. And whether that's Nick Sirianni, whether that's true belief from the organization, or whether it's him developing as a quarterback, whatever it may be, you have two case studies here of how approaches with quarterbacks matter. Perhaps even more than the original skill set that those quarterbacks have on the day that they're drafted. And I could not stop thinking about that with Brock Purdy last night.
I hear everything that you're saying about Brock Purdy, the quarterback, the singular, like his skill set, his talent level. I agree with you that you look at somebody like, what's Jesse, what's the quarterback's name for the Dolphins?
Skylar Thompson.
Skylar Thompson. I think he was like the quarterback taken before Brock Purdy. He might have been the pick before Brock Purdy.
Wow.
And he looks like somebody that his
was
game
taken
play,
as the second to last.
Yeah, like his skill set looks like that. Brock doesn't look like that. I'm not saying he looks like first rounder or top 2 rounds or anything like that, but
he looks like an NFC championship quarterback.
Yeah.
He looks like that.
He looks like somebody that you would take way higher than Mr. Irrelevant, right? The thing that I wonder, and I've heard people talk about this, is do we have this whole thing messed up with, or not we, the NFL teams, do they have this whole thing messed up with how they look to build teams? And I say that saying, you're terrible, like the Texans are terrible. What are they going to go do right now? They're going to go draft them a quarterback in this draft. They stink. Is the answer to flip that? If you're the Texans, go get you a top offensive line. Go get you some top defensive players. Go get you some offensive weapons. And maybe 2-3 years from now, go get that quarterback. Like, does that make sense? Like,
it does.
As opposed to just running Justin Fields out there with nothing and letting him waste. And number one, he could get destroyed out there, lose confidence, be in a losing situation. And then the other aspect of it is, if you like surround him with all these things, that's going to take a couple of years. Well, he's going to be ready for the big deal at that point. So now you got to deal with the salary cap, as opposed to if you put all the pieces around first and then get the quarterback, he's going to come into a situation where he's got players around him that can make up for any, learning curve that he may have. Also, you got 4 years under the rookie contract to do what you need to do with the rest of your roster, whether it's adding or playing people that have panned out for you. And I don't know. I don't know who has the patience or can retrain their mind to say, hey, we're the worst team in the league right now. let's go get an offensive lineman. To a certain degree, that's what the Lions have done.
How?
The Lions went and got Hutchinson and
but they went.
Puel. Is that how you say his name? Puel.
But you went a different route to get a quarterback, though.
Yeah, that's what you do. That's what you do. So
you don't draft quarterbacks?
You don't draft one until probably now. You go get a Jared Goff, and you let him play for 2 years or so, and you get
so you get
possible
the
Pro Bowl.
You get the stopgap quarterback.
And you get a possible Pro Bowl defensive lineman, possible Pro Bowl offensive lineman, a possible Pro Bowl wide receiver. You go get your a running back, and now say, they could even draft a quarterback this year and still have Goff play this year and bring him up a different way.
By the way, acknowledge Jared Goff had a good season.
He had a really good season. He's a good quarterback.
I don't think you have to move on from Jared Goff right now if you're Detroit.
I don't think you have to either. But my whole point is, say in the third round, they draft a potential future quarterback. You don't here once again.
You're saying keep guys like Carson Wentz under center longer. That's a stopgap quarterback. It's a bad one.
Yeah,
but
he's not good.
Well, no, he's not.
I'm saying like Jared Goff. I wouldn't give just anybody that opportunity.
But like, give me someone else. I mean, Derek Carr? Is Derek Carr a franchise quarterback or a stopgap quarterback?
He's a stopgap. Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo's a stopgap.
Man,
at this point in his career,
really?
Yeah. At this point in his career, you would have
okay.
And when I say stopgap, remember stopgap was like 2-3 years.
But most. That's not very long.
At the most.
Is Jared Goff a stopgap quarterback?
I think he is. Maybe they think differently after this year, though. I came into this year thinking
you got to give him.
I came into this year thinking he was a stopgap quarterback.
Sure, I think we all did.
Questions arise.
Now,
hey, maybe we can move forward
to maybe fit to your theory a little bit. The team is better.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how about that? The team is better.
Mm-hmm.
Jared Goff played well.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with Jared Goff is just a unique component to this conversation because the Sean McVay and that group down there in Los Angeles determined our lone issue is the quarterback. We're trading our quarterback. Yeah. You brought in a new one, you win a championship.
Mm-hmm.
So with Goff, it's not necessarily the players. I don't know what clicked with him this year that allowed him to play better. But the stopgap thing is fascinating. So Derek Carr's days as a franchise quarterback over. Jimmy Garoppolo.
So
Jimmy Garoppolo never really was a franchise quarterback, I guess.
He was looked at as franchise-ish when he signed the deal.
No. That you thought he was going to be a franchise quarterback.
Things changed when he tore his ACL. That's when it was like, he hasn't been the same player since.
He signed the deal before or after?
He signed he got traded. He signed the deal after the 5 games.
And then got hurt a couple of games
and then
in.
got hit.
Gotcha.
Got hurt 3 games in.
Yep.
And he hasn't been the same quarterback since then. I really don't know what it is. He's been good. He's had really good moments, but he hasn't been this. When he first came to San Francisco, he looked phenomenal.
I agree.
And since he tore his ACL, he hadn't been the same guy. Maybe that was just a good little run. Maybe that's not who he was. It was just a good run. And this is who he is. But you asked the question about Derek Carr. Who's signing Derek Carr right now and thinking we got a franchise quarterback?
I don't know.
That's why I say stop.
I don't know. I mean, we could go over. We could.
He may end up being that.
Does Carolina look at him as a stopgap quarterback or a franchise quarterback?
Stopgap.
Can you afford a stopgap quarterback if you're the Carolina Panthers?
Well,
See, that's what I mean. I understand your point. I think your point is very, very valid about building a team out. I just, if the most important position is the quarterback, where are you gonna get them from?
Do you get them later in your rebuilding process? And it might be third round. It might be like a a planned out version of what happened with the 49ers.
Who's the top court? Is it my man at Ohio State?
Bryce. It's probably Bryce Young or
Okay.
CJ Stroud. Either one. It don't matter.
You wouldn't draft them first or second?
It depends on
who's first. Houston?
The Bears are.
The Bears. Oh, well.
So yeah. So I'm trading that. But let's go with Houston because that's the first quarterback needing team. That's where I say you might have to retrain your mind because my first thought is yes, you draft your quarterback, but how often does that work? Like at this point, how often does that work? Look at these four. Well, Joe Burrow was the number 1 pick. Patrick Mahomes was 10, or was he? He was later than that, right? He was like 15.
I think it was 13. It might have been right in between. But
and they were established.
Yeah,
they were established as a team and as a roster when they got Patrick Mahomes.
Right. Yeah, that Kansas City moved up to get Patrick Mahomes.
Brock Purdy is. I'm not saying wait till the 7th round. I'm not saying that. But let's look at the 49ers. Trey Lance.
They
went and got him at 3, but it was once again an established roster when they got him. They traded up to get him.
I'm looking at this is a brutal exercise. Dallas drafted Dak
in the 4th round.
Right.
Jalen Hurts was 2nd round.
Was he?
I think he was 2nd round.
2nd round.
Joe Burrow's only number 1.
Indy, Denver, Vegas. Derek Carr, that's not a shining example. Cleveland, Deshaun Watson, Tennessee, Ryan Tannehill was a free agent. New York, I don't even know who ended. Did Flacco end the season playing quarterback for them? Was it Mike White? I don't even know who the hell played quarterback for them at the end of the season.
And Mike White, who knows where he was drafted? I don't remember where.
You got Pittsburgh there, Miami and Tua, Baltimore and Lamar, Justin Herbert and the Chargers. Trevor Lawrence, my guy, my Jacksonville Jaguars. See, so this is interesting. All of the playoff teams drafted their quarterback in the AFC. Tua, Lamar, Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, Burrow, Josh Allen, and Patrick Mahomes. Go down. So
the NFC's completely
different. The NFC's
right?
completely different. It's Geno, Daniel Jones,
or
Daniel Jones, Dak Prescott, and then you've got Brady, Kirk Cousins, both free agents. San Francisco, which I don't even know how you put them in this conversation, and then Jalen Hurts,
right? And even more so to what I'm saying is, I'm gonna tell you what the moral of the story is right after this, but like, it's not just drafting them; it's where you drafted them. Like, I think the thought is we got to get our franchise quarterback in the first 10 picks. Sometimes, maybe not. I remember there was a study I did years ago. This was like a very poor man's version of Wilsey or something like that, right? Back in my way back when I was
SoundCloud days,
right? And because I remember the Niners, everybody was like, you got a tank to go get this tank. And I didn't really like tanking, right? So the tank was always to go get, I forgot who the quarterback was at the time. It wasn't Deshaun Watson because I would have liked him at the time, but it was somebody else. I think it was Jared Goff. And I was just looking at all these picks and it was such a random, spotty exercise when you talked about which quarterbacks worked and which didn't. It was so random. There was probably, if I'm being kind, probably half of the top, if you drafted a quarterback in the top 10, half of them worked, half of them were on other teams in 3 years. So to think, and I think we think of it as an exact science, this is how you got to do it. It's much like the NBA draft. It's not an exact science.
I'm fascinated who this quarterback might be because was it Mitchell Trubisky?
No. So it wasn't that year.
Okay,
I think it was
either
Goff.
Mitchell Trubisky or Patrick Mahomes.
I think it was Jared Goff because people were going crazy in 49ers. Keep him home. You got to go get Goff. And I wasn't sold on Goff. I was like, he's good. I'm just not sure how I feel about Jared Goff. So I think it was the Jared Goff year.
Okay,
but yeah, you just
Kenny working out a tanking strategy to get Mitchell Trubisky.
I did not like Money Making Mitch at all. You know who I really liked in that draft, and I was hyped when they got him, was Reuben Foster. I thought Reuben Foster was going to be everything that Fred Warner is. I thought he was the truth. Definitely was false.
Goff and Wentz, number 1 and 2. Man, that's wild. In a draft that saw Joey Bosa go 3rd, Ezekiel Elliott go 4th, Jalen Ramsey, Ronnie Staley, DeForest Buckner,
Defoe.
Man, Laramie Tunsil is in this draft. He was supposed to be the number 1 pick. That was an interesting draft day.
That was a wild draft.
That pick turned into all the stuff that they got from the trade, and all that turned into Tyreek, Waddle, and Bradley Chubb.
Wow.
Like all the stuff, the first round picks they got from trading him and all that, that's what it eventually turned into.
Jeez.
I don't know what we settled. Did we settle anything with this? I was just
where did we start with all this?
The fact that looking at Brock Purdy drafted dead last and Skylar Thompson was drafted 14 picks before him.
14 picks.
He was drafted dead last, and that's a great comp too. Look at those two. Look at the way they play. And then you look at the Zach Wilsons and the Sam Darnolds and Rosen, your boy from UCLA,
the chosen one.
He couldn't work anywhere.
No, I think
and then you got this kid playing in the perfect setup with the perfect coach and the perfect system going into the biggest game of life.
I think the moral of the story, what we did find out is, I think once again, we don't need to do anything. I think these NFL GMs need to retrain their mind and how they.
But I don't think I don't think we got anywhere with that.
I think,
Patrick Mahomes, what did we say? He was taken 10th?
Yeah, but
Josh Allen was taken at the top of the draft.
Josh Allen.
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow worked out.
Lamar was taken last pick of the first round. Yeah. Tua, taken early.
But it's not about when they were taken.
Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence was the first pick of the draft.
It's not about when they're taken. Trevor Lawrence worked out. How I would go about it, and this is where the Patrick Mahomes motto comes in, is the team has to be built first. That's what I.
How realistic is that, though?
It's you can do it.
Like, you're getting a lineman to protect who?
To protect
Carson Wentz.
Yeah, protect him.
Well, what's it matter if you're protecting Carson Wentz if he's throwing the ball to the opposing team 7 times?
It doesn't matter. What does it matter if you don't have a guy? If you get the quarterback and you don't have nobody to protect him, then you get the Jets.
The Jets, and that's fine. But the Jets got the wrong quarterback.
Or you get Justin Fields. He's a great quarterback. It seems like. What does it matter? They won 3 games. There's nobody there to protect him.
And you're right.
He's going to get killed.
And that's the organization's approach. Like, they seemingly stripped their roster of anything worth doing. Like, they were trying to push Justin Fields out. Like, they were trying to justify a bad season and moving on from him. Oh, this guy stinks. Now they're at the top of the draft. I think there is some question as to what Chicago's going to do. Now, I think you can take your approach and get a haul for that pick, unless you believe whoever non-quarterback is worth taking number 1. If there's a non-quarterback that you think changes the fortunes of your franchise,
right?
Then by all means, or you get a haul for that and draft him. Shoot, you could draft him 2nd. You could do the old Mitchell Trubisky trade, the old John Lynch strong arm. You could do that. Hey, man, we're really looking at this kid, Mitchell Trubisky. You are? Oh, my God. We got to trade up. Idiot. Thanks. Not that the 49ers hit a home run on their pick in that draft either, but still.
Solomon Thomas. Yeah, I don't
think we got anywhere. We literally. Well, I think we raised more questions than answers.
Got somewhere.
I don't think you did.
I would build my roster first.
No, you didn't get anywhere. That's where you were. You were already there.
No, I wasn't sure.
Okay.
I just brought
you
up
talked yourself into it.
Yeah. What he said, worked yourself into a shoot.
You worked yourself into a shoot. Kenny had a topic that he didn't believe. Now he believes it. He worked himself into a shoot. Non-playoff teams. Detroit didn't draft their quarterback. Washington. I don't even know who Washington's quarterback
Washington.
Green Bay did. Carolina.
Green Bay drafted him 26th, I think.
New Orleans, nothing. Atlanta. Did
They got a quarterback. They drafted but I don't know. It's
Rams.
It's a Riddle. What's the name from
the 4-13 Arizona Cardinals
Ryder.
started their quarterback, who they drafted at number 1. And that's the other thing. Was Arizona problem? Was Arizona problems roster problems?
Yes.
That's a 4-13 roster.
Yeah, they're not that good. The roster's not that good.
4-13.
But the argument is though, a lot of that had to change because now you had to pay the quarterback.
Have we talked about Cliff Kingsbury's one-way ticket to Thailand yet? How did we ever mention that? That is one of the most extraordinary things I've ever read. Cliff Kingsbury bought a one-way ticket to Thailand. Wow. That's certainly one approach to the offseason.
To Thailand. That is different.
We'll step out.
More
we'll come back. Let's shift our attention back to the Sacramento Kings. We'll shift our attention to Anthony Slater of The Athletic. He joins us when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I think it was that.
Well,
follow it. We'll keep an eye on it, huh? I know what you're up to. You're up to no good, huh?
They got a let me see. Where is this thing? No 13th round today. If you guys haven't noticed. I still didn't watch that fight. I was at the game last night, so I didn't really have time to watch the fight. I want to see it before I comment on it. Money making Mitch. Yeah, I really thought Reuben Foster was gonna be that dude. He was so good at Alabama. Oh man.
Alden Smith, the biggest waste of talent ever? Not ever, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, he's up there. He could have been phenomenal. Go to DLONKC.com. Get you this zip up. You know what I'm saying?
Springtime zip ups, baby.
You know the vibes, man. Come on, man.
Anthony Slater looking on like, the hell is going on in here? Bring our man, Ant-Man. Anthony, what's up, bro?
What up?
How are you
guys?
Anthony, what's up, my guy?
What up?
We're in commercial, man. We should be back in a minute or so.
Got you.
See, this is what I couldn't do in the home studio. Just get up for a second.
Or talk loud.
That too.
Yeah, Yeah. Keep it down up there. Anthony, what's your schedule look like, man? You at Golden One tomorrow, or
I am not. I am at the petty Super Bowl of the NBA. It's going to be Warriors Grizzlies in Golden One tomorrow. They hate each other.
Wow.
Can't miss one of those.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Real heat going on there. Real heat.
Yeah, they do not like each other.
To be fair, no one likes the Grizzlies.
Yeah, that's true.
No, they don't. The Warriors are high atop the list of Dylan Brooks haters in general.
Have they gone to Memphis yet?
No, they go twice in March.
Mm-hmm.
So
Desmond Bain is a stunning
athlete.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, every time I see him, it's so jarring. Like
I mean, one of the reasons he dropped his wingspan is like insanely small for an NBA player. You always hear like, all right, that guy's 6'6", but 7'1" wingspan, 6'4" guard Donovan Mitchell with 6'10" wingspan. It's like Desmond Bain, 6'4", like 6'2" wingspan.
Yeah, he's for real like a T-Rex. Like he's built like a T-Rex.
He's like, all right, like forget it. I'm just gonna build bodybuilder biceps then.
And he just like throws threes in with that wing, those arms.
Yeah, man. That's a physical ass team.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
A big, strong physical team.
Oh man. Oh, you a big football guy, Anthony?
Big Dolphins fan.
Oh, okay. Producer Jesse is a Dolphins fan.
There you go.
Nice.
Yeah.
There's about 7 of us in California now.
Man.
Hey, I got about 3 in my hometown.
Where are you from?
Roanoke Park, if you know it.
Okay.
Near Santa Rosa.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, real quick, I know we got a guest. I don't know if we mentioned this. Big shout out. Can we get some air horns for our guy, Andre Stojakovic, McDonald's All-American
Yes,
out of
indeed.
Jesuit. That's our guy, man. Big ups to him.
We'll run that back one more time.
Yeah, McDonald's All-American. That's big time.
We were just getting Anthony Slater's life story during the commercial break, so we welcome in our guy, Anthony Slater from The Athletic. We were talking about the Grizzlies. You're gearing up for the Grizzlies and the Warriors tomorrow night at the Chase Center. It was last night's game, and I really want to get into your conversation with Harrison Barnes. That was great stuff over in The Athletic if you haven't had a chance to read it. But was last night's one of the crazier Kings games that you've covered?
From an environment standpoint, or just like what actually happened on the court?
Just the fact that they hit 12 threes in the first quarter, were up by like 1, and then had an insane run in the quarter to close
it was definitely, I go to so many games. Geez, over the last decade, I've probably been to like 1,200 NBA games. It was an oddity for the 10-10. It happened so quick, right? It wasn't just, I remember somebody saying they tied an actual old Thunder record of like making 10 straight threes to open the game. But this was 6 years ago when you shot like 20 threes total as a team. So I think the Thunder went into like the third, like their 10th made three was in the third quarter. Whereas they were 10-10 from 3 with like 6 minutes left in the first quarter, right? And it was like, how long is this going to continue? And then they were 13-20, and you felt disappointed, right? It was like later in the second quarter, you're like, oh, geez, they're 13-20 from 3. They really cooled off. I thought they were going to blow it. And to me, that has kind of, and I'm sure you guys would agree, been the difference in this Kings team compared to previous years. Like they've had obviously nice offensive teams at times, but when they start to blow a game, they pretty much just blow the game. They don't, or at least in the past, haven't kind of hit the brakes and been like, all right, let's solve what's going on here, and then gone on to win.
Yeah. Anthony, I said earlier, last night you got the full gamut of ranges of the Sacramento Kings, right? And you rarely get that. You usually get like one or the other, but you got everything about the Kings. How explosive they were on the offensive end, how their defense is poor enough to let anybody back in no matter how good they're shooting. And then how they can play defense for about 5 minutes and combine that with some ridiculous scoring to just blow somebody out. They ended up winning by 33 last night. It was a tie game with like 2 minutes to go in the third. It was tied at 80. And they won by 33. That is the full Sacramento Kings experience so far? Is that kind of how you see this team as well? It's like they can give you all of that on any given night.
Yeah, they need to figure out a way to bottle the defense up for longer stretches. You don't need to dominate. I mean, even if they're going to be a successful playoff team, they're not going to be like the number one playoff defense, but they, and Harrison Barnes said it when I was talking to him last night, like, you're not going to just go through the playoffs and average like 125 a game. Like you are going to have to win a game 5 on the road, 108, 107, something like that. And, they do, there are times where suddenly Malik Monk's in a passing lane. Terrence Davis is, really up on somebody. Obviously, Davion Mitchell is guarding the ball. Trey Lyles at times can get a hustle rebound. And then, they get out on the break, and it seems like, that was a nice 4 or 5 minute stretch. But, like, can they lock up consistently? And lock up is probably too strong a term. But you'd like to see them not just in little bursts, because then I would take them more serious as, like, I'm even like, as I'm writing the story yesterday, it's like, can I call them a contender yet? Are they fringe contender, hopeful contender? Is contending too strong for what they are? I don't know.
Hey, I'll say it with my chest. I said earlier, I'm not predicting it. I said the Sacramento Kings can go to the NBA Finals. No doubt about it, Anthony. They can go to the final. And I want to ask you a question. Yeah. Because you saw the Warriors teams. And I don't think the Warriors, I know the ranking. I don't really know much about the ranking. I don't, the defensive efficiency rating. I leave that to the professionals with that. But I would watch the Warriors, and I would watch them have 130 to 122 games. And there were moments where they, in my maybe untrained eye, they would play that type of basketball. They wouldn't play 48 minutes of defense. They would play defense for like 5 minutes, and they would combine that with some hellacious scoring. And all of a sudden, a 2-point game is now an 18-point game, and it's over.
Yeah. Are you talking about like last season's Warriors? Or are you talking about like early dynasty Warriors?
Last season, like I get away from everything with KD because that was just a different beast.
Yeah,
but, a little before KD and
okay. Well, either way. So, I mean, the difference is like Draymond Green is like generational on the defensive end. And like just from a personnel perspective, the Kings just do not have anybody in his realm. If you're talking early Warriors, like Iguodala on the wing, Livingston as this like rangy point guard. I would say a little comparison is like Steph really committed to defense in the middle part of his career, and that's really helped the Warriors. De'Aaron Fox is doing that now. So there's a little bit of a parallel, but I just think the high end of what the Warriors could be defensively when they would get into, we're talking West Finals, NBA Finals, like different level of basketball, and they could throw waves of wings at LeBron and Draymond in the back end. Just, I can remember playoff series against Portland that Draymond in a 4-game sweep would have 17 blocks. And I mean, just like, coming out of nowhere to wipe away plays. Like that personnel just doesn't exist on the Sacramento team. And that's where I doubt, like, all right, you're in a West Finals series against, the elitist of talent. Like, can you generate enough consistent stops? I'm not sure I'm there.
Is there even a player like that still in the league? Because Draymond, I'm sure Draymond's still very good. He's not that anymore.
No, the athleticism has left him. Like, he doesn't. 17 blocks in a 4-game stretch. Like, Draymond Green doesn't get 17 blocks in a month anymore. And he's still, like, from a brain standpoint, is genius on the court. Probably even smart. Well, I would say, smarter than he was at 25. But, like prime defensive player of the year, 2017, Draymond. I watched a game where it was like a replay of when they used to play the Thunder, when Durant was actually on the Thunder. And he was just flying around the court. And you just don't see that as much with Draymond.
Yeah.
I don't think you see that with a lot of play. I don't think that player exists. That Draymond Green type player exists in the league right now.
Not when you actually combine like what he mentally can do with what he physically could do. Then you have athletes that can do that type of stuff. You just don't combine that with like, Ray Lewis level smarts as a middle linebacker out there.
You know who it is, and here I go. It's going after I just said the Kings can make the finals. Another homer comment. You know who it is, but he just doesn't. I'm not saying it's Draymond Green. It's Davion Mitchell. How many times have we seen Davion Mitchell guard all 5 players on a defensive possession? Like, he can do it. Like, he's small, first of all, and he doesn't play a lot. So it's just a different level.
Yeah, but, it's the small nature. Because, I mean, Draymond just being 6'6" allowed them to, like, they positionally changed the game when they could just put him at center. And that extends to literally last season in the first round. He they just put him on Nikola Jokic, and they were fine in one-on-one with him guarding Nikola Jokic. Like, there's not a lot of players you can do that with.
Let's get into what you wrote last night. I thought it was just you had a conversation with Harrison Barnes that just translated beautifully to Word on theathletic.com. What is working so well for HB right now? Because he's just, this calendar year has been incredible for him.
Yeah, I think he's slotted into like the right role on the right team, and like he's a winning player. You know, he's like grew up in the Warriors environment that we've been talking about. Go back to North Carolina, like won in high school. When he's at his best, he's like the 4th best player, tops, maybe 5th best player, not only on a team, but in a starting lineup. And he will hit threes, he'll defend multiple positions, and he'll be willing to do that. And that's so helpful to winning teams when guys are just like, you know, not jealous of De'Aaron Fox's shot attempts or, you know, the publicity of, hey, why is the coach saying those 2 guys are all-stars and I'm not all-stars? He's like completely fine in that role. Mm-hmm. And in some ways it's been a miscast the last few seasons of him being in a losing environment. Yeah. He did, you know, and I just think the fact that, I mean, he even said it, like, he's like, you know, meaningful basketball in January. I forgot how this felt. This is like really invigorating. I just think he's invigorated by the situation. He's loved what the coaching staff has done, clearly from an offensive perspective. He does not like isolation basketball because, you know, he's not an elite isolation, you know, hand it to Harrison Barnes up top and he's going to go get you 22 just by himself. He kind of needs flow and movement and all the stuff that Steve Kerr once brought to the Warriors that he loved, that he hasn't seen the last couple of years and is seeing again with Mike Brown. So I just think he's just happy right now. And it's just interesting because how many times has Harrison Barnes by pundits around the country been attempted to be traded over the last few years, and he's still sitting here on the last year of his deal, and you're almost thinking like, should they re-sign him?
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask you, Anthony. Yeah, because in going into the season, we were looking at it like, man, maybe you move on from Harrison, or, you know, even on the flip side, he don't really want to be here. He wants to move on. And I don't know how either party feels, but it sure seems like we're like, man, if we can keep Harrison around here for 2-3 more years, that would be a good look. Then now Harrison is like, seems like this Kings organization has got their stuff together, and I like the way things are going. Maybe I want to stay around here for another 2 or 3 years. Did you get that kind of sense when you talked to him for the story?
I think if like the decision was made tomorrow, there's like a decent chance the partnership continues because it's in such a good place now. What happens in the playoffs always like dictates what happens in the summer. Everything's fresher. I mean,
they're not familiar with that at all.
Well, I'm sure you guys watched the 2016 finals when the Warriors, you know, collapsed against the Cavaliers, and, you know, still ask Warriors fans to this day, what do they remember most about that series? One of the top 3 things they'll say is Harrison Barnes could not hit a shot. And obviously you're going to move off Harrison Barnes to go get Kevin Durant. That probably would have happened anyways if it was available to them. But I think part of why they were so willing to just, you know, bump him away to Dallas was because it just didn't end well that season. So what will happen with Harrison Barnes this summer will probably matter. Like, how well does he play late in the season? How well does he play in any theoretical playoff series? What are the other options? You know, I thought Dante DiVincenzo was likely going to come back to the Kings, and then suddenly the Malik Monk, Kevin Huerter situations open up for Sacramento, and suddenly they're, you know, declining his qualifying offer and sending him elsewhere because something better popped up, and they've been proven to be correct. So Harrison Barnes can be upgraded on. There are better wings around the league than him, but be careful what you wish for, right? There are much worse starting small forwards around the league than him. So it's like, that's kind of where it's at. Also, what's the price tag?
Yeah, well, it's like there may be better wings out there, but could Sacramento land any of them?
Exactly, yeah. Mm-hmm. No would probably be the answer, especially with bird rights and all that. And, you know, they're pretty committed. Yeah.
I mean, there's so much at play when that type of stuff comes in. What would you do? Like if you had the option right now? I don't think anyone believes Harrison is going to be traded before the deadline at this point, given the way that he's playing. You run the risk, get to the offseason. Would you want to re-sign him?
Yeah, you know, bird rights are such a big deal in the league because oftentimes as you kind of bump up towards the salary cap and eventually the tax, like you can say, oh, well, we don't think this 25 million is worth it for Harrison Barnes. Okay, let's take that onto the open market and use it. It's like, no, because you have his rights. You don't have other people's rights. So you can't just use that 25 million elsewhere. It's really what Minnesota is dealing with right now with D'Angelo Russell, where you could tell they don't really want to keep him long term, but they can't just go use that money elsewhere. So I would, I mean, as of this moment, it seems like he fits. I think one of the things that has really mattered in this conversation is him and Keegan Murray clearly fit in lineups together, where you wonder when they drafted Keegan Murray, like, that's Harrison Barnes' replacement. Can you even play them at the 3-4 together? The answer is yes. So I don't see a young small forward on the roster that's like needing more opportunity, needing to take his job. So they're going to want to get in the playoffs again next year. So he would help you get in the playoffs again.
Anthony, have you bought into this team being a playoff team, no play-in, anything like that? Or are you still kind of, I need to see more?
I mean, I've bought into it. Like, I predict that, yes, they're making it in. They are playing like the third best team in the West right now. The Pelicans are going to get healthier soon, and they're close in the standings. I wouldn't sit here and go like stone cold lock it in. I could see a scenario in which, they hit the skids. They've had really good injury luck, I will say. I mean, obviously Sabonis is dealing with the thumb, but he's playing through it. I think they've been one of the healthier teams in the league. So if that remains, if you just guarantee me like their main guys are going to be there, I mean, not only a playoff team, but like start talking home court, get a game one in Golden One Center. Make sure you avoid the play-in. That's become a big thing. Like stay out of the 7-8 range. And if you can be on that top side, like, can you imagine a game one in Golden One Center?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
It'd be absolutely any game. It doesn't matter if it's 1 or 3. It'd be absolutely insane.
Bonkers.
At the Golden One Center. What is in your conversation with Harrison, where do the Kings need, what do they need to do better? So you were talking about this earlier, to improve defensively. What do they need to do better for that to happen?
He mentioned points in the paint, and it's like they don't have shot blocking. It's like they're one of the worst shot blocking teams in the league. And I know Mike Brown has talked plenty about he doesn't love the stat blocks. And in general, that is overrated. And he tries to reference his time with the Warriors of like, Draymond Green and Kevon Looney are on the back end. Neither of them are elite rim protectors, at least this version of Draymond. And they still guarded the paint well. So schematically, there are ways to do it, but it's just like, I don't know. To me, the personnel is not there to like make the type of leap where you're a top 10 type defense. It's really just, I don't know. I'd say commitment on a more regular basis, maybe a trade deadline. You get a Nerlens Noel from Detroit, maybe. So you at least have, that option, that versatility off the bench to throw somebody in the paint that can maybe, scare somebody on a drive. Trey Lyles has kind of impressed me, as an energy forward. But it's just more nightly focus, I would say.
Yeah. Hey, Anthony, like you see the whole league. You see, you talk about all the games you go to. Are you convinced that both De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis will be going to Utah for the All-Star game?
I think Sabonis is a lock. I actually I vote for the starters. And I put him as a starter because you.
Oh, let's go, Anthony Slater.
Let's go.
With Jokic, by the way, which like I don't know. I mean, like I'd like to put Tatum as a guard. It's like very weird out east with the positional. Like I just wish 5 best players on this that have 5 best players in both conferences should be the starters. But I think Sabonis, even if he doesn't get in as a starter, he is in. I think there's no question about it. Fox is more fringe. But I think Fox is fortunate. Like it's a bad year in the West. I mean, you think about all the guys that usually are sure all-stars that aren't. You're talking Towns is not probably going to get in. Gobert is not going to get in. A lot of disappointing teams out there. Denver is the 1 seed. They're getting Jokic for sure. Like Gordon is fringe. Jamal Murray's not an all-star. You look at the Warriors. Steph's getting in. Anybody else getting in from the Warriors? I don't think so. So I think the path's open for him, but his candidacy, I think, is really going to go down to that final week. Whereas Sabonis lock it in.
Like we know Shea's getting in, James getting in,
Durant's getting in.
It probably really boils down to what they do with Devin Booker.
And you can't put him in.
I don't see how you
cannot
do
put Devin Booker in the All-Star game.
Like if
You
Devin
can't put
Booker's
Anthony
out
Davis in the All-Star game.
if Devin Booker is out and there's really no reason for him to be in, I feel like that's De'Aaron.
At this point, Zion probably shouldn't be even in the All-Star.
Yeah, and where De'Aaron might have a escape hatch and get in is injury replacement, and it's probably not what you guys he would want to hear, but maybe you do say, hey, a Devin Booker's in, but he's going to be replaced by De'Aaron Fox. So a lot of times they'll do that, or Zion. But those two also
don't put Devin Booker in. Like he's not playing. And his team is ass.
Yeah.
Well, why is his team ass? Because he missed
that's not my problem.
They weren't the 1 seed when he was there.
They were like top 4 range. They've really Devin Booker, I think we'd all agree, like Devin Booker is an all-star player.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So
you cover the Kings and the Warriors. You got a fun one to cover tomorrow. Fist fight breaking out tomorrow, be it in the stands with a dad, maybe a celebrity.
No, maybe. I don't know. I mean, will Shannon Sharp be there? I think it's more like just the taunting between these two teams is great. You guys, I assume, watched the Christmas game. I mean, they were.
Oh yeah.
Warriors were really giving it to Memphis the whole way, particularly Dillon Brooks. They just cannot stand Dillon Brooks, and it goes back several years. It really goes back to when they traded Andre Iguodala to Memphis to help facilitate the D'Angelo Russell sign and trade when Durant left, and Andre Iguodala refused to show up in Memphis. And then Dillon Brooks had the comment of like, he can stay away. We're building our own dynasty here. And the Warriors really eye rolled the idea that he was acting like they were going to have a dynasty. And then all the way up until last year's playoffs, that it was just so much went on. What they really didn't like was that foul Dillon Brooks put on Gary Payton that broke his elbow. Yeah. That still really kind of stings the Warriors. So they love to taunt the Grizzlies when they're beating them. And the Grizzlies love to give it back. So whoever's winning tomorrow night, they're chirping the whole way. That's for sure.
It's so amazing. I can't stand either one of those teams with that particular story. So the Warriors, how dare Dillon Brooks say we're going to start our own dynasty? How dare you? I don't like you for that. And then Dillon Brooks, obviously, just being a jackass the entire time. I can't stand either one of those teams.
It's great for the league, though. Memphis is great for the league. You talked about a good playoff environment, and Golden One I would really like to see this season is like what that would become just as a playoff, I guess, furnace for teams to play in. Memphis is insane to play in during the playoffs, and it's just partly because they take the identity of that team in that city and like turn it into like a building. And it's so much better for the league than like the more, okay, Denver's the top seed. That's a really stale team and just a stale environment. And I just wish there was more Memphises out there. I think the league would be in better hands.
Yeah, I agree.
You heard it here first. Sacramento and Memphis in the Western Conference Final. So Anthony can experience them both in one series.
2-3 semifinal.
Hey,
semi.
Anthony,
There you go. Yeah.
Anthony, something that I've been thinking about the entire time. He said he's from Rohnert Park. And I was like, why do Rohnert Park? Like, why is that in my head? They have a dominant Little League baseball program. They are these like 10 and 11-year-olds are beasts. Like they are dominant.
Yeah, I played all-star baseball for Rohnert Park, and I used to hate Elk Grove, hate Woodland. I'm trying to think of some of the other
Rohnert Park come out here and beat us down often. They are a problem.
We could play back in the day, and I'm glad to hear the legacy has gone on. I got to admit I haven't followed the legacy stints, but that's good to hear.
We're gonna get them this year though.
Oh, this is
I
your
got
year,
my boy
buddy.
number 10. My boy number 10 about to go. You gonna be ready for him this year.
This is your year, buddy. You got it. Little Reese Caraway.
Sounds like Kings fans right there.
Yeah. Anthony Slater, ladies and gentlemen. Anthony, we appreciate you, man. Thanks as always.
All right, fellas.
All
right, that's our guy Anthony Slater of The Athletic right there. Covers the Sacramento Kings, covers the Golden State Warriors. He's skipping Kings Raptors tomorrow to go to Warriors Grizzlies.
His loss.
Yeah, well.
Or not.
No, I don't think he feels bad about it. I feel like no matter what happens at the Golden One Center tomorrow, there's going to be far more to write about after what happens at the Chase Center tomorrow night.
Can't stand neither one of those franchises. I really don't like them. Warriors are so whiny. How you gonna get mad? Look, if that story's correct, how you gonna get mad at Dylan Brooks telling a guy who did not want to report to the team, nah, we don't need you. We're starting our own dynasty. And the Warriors somehow took that personally. How?
I don't know.
How does that make sense? That's why I don't nobody like y'all.
And I don't even know what y'all you're referring to. You could be referring to either one of them.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody like neither one of them. But in this case, because I've done a 180 on Dylan Brooks. It's not my guy anymore.
It was your guy.
It was my guy. It's not my guy anymore. I don't like his vibe.
Was it the tank top
ugly.
that did it?
Well, yeah, the old Shawn Michaels look was ugly. Next thing you know, he's going to have a net T-shirt and standing there soon.
One game away from it.
But, yeah, Andre Iguodala gets traded to the Grizzlies. He says, no, I don't want to be here. I'm not going to report. Dylan Brooks says, fine. You don't want to be here? Fine. Whatever. Go do your thing. We're creating our own dynasty. And the Warriors get offended by that. How?
I don't know. I was going to ask you, have you paid attention to what's going on with Toronto?
They got they're on the edge of like
slipped.
Are they really, really slipped? I feel like they're
really,
gone?
really slipped. They're 21-27.
Oh, they're gone.
Yeah, they're out of the playing right now. They have fallen back.
Because I saw what happened. Something happened with Van Fleet. He fired his agent or something like that.
Fred Van Fleet all of a sudden is going to be traded by February 9th. So all of a sudden, I was reading articles about the CBA being ratified. I read also, and they were citing Fred Van Fleet as an example, which actually I'm all for that. Ratify the CBA now, because that could end a lot of Domantas Sabonis concern. If you ratify the CBA today, that ends a lot of Sabonis.
Make everybody under a current contract have to stay for 10 years.
Or there's that. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We're going to have a live edition, I'm assuming, of J Street Vibes coming up here in just a little bit. Jason
7:30
Jones
start got me last night.
Who he root for?
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
That's on the way as well as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Yeah, I hear you, Brian. Yeah, I hear you.
Y'all got any of that? Oh, gee.
Y'all get any of that Anobi? By the way, that don't make a damn bit of a difference. That's a team that's going to come in here and fight tomorrow night.
Oh yeah, that's how they coach. We should be looking at Boucher. I like Boucher. Did you watch Chappelle's show live?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't. I went back like after the season was over, went on DVD and all that, and then I didn't.
You like me when it aired?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I didn't watch it when it aired.
Indeed. I think I was at KSFM at the time, so I had to be.
That was like I
had to be locked into it.
03, 04.
Because that was a big thing.
This is a rowdy crowd.
How is Press Juice not advertising with us yet?
What the hell, Ramsey? What the hell? How's that the best part of Nick Nurse?
Ramsey says the most random stuff, man. Just the most random stuff.
Come on, homie. We made you. We made you.
So I got us. In the meantime, can I get individual photos of you and Kenny? Ideal size is 14 for 14. You should have training your way for the Odyssey Live thing. I submitted us for it last night. Oh man.
Ramsey said that's not random. It is random.
Yeah, Ramsey, it is random. There you go, Coach Molly. Be careful. That's a long juice cleanse, Molly. That's tough, yo. Maybe do 3. Or unless you've done them before. If you've done them before, rock with it. Them cleanses are tough.
Coach Molly, is the volleyball season over? I think it is. Is Rory in here? I saw Rory. Rory was courtside Rory.
Oh man,
at the UOP Gonzaga game the other day.
I listened to D-Lo on an archive episode of King's Herald called "Staying Conscious." I appreciate you, Fred. Gosh, did I do that podcast with Brad? Or yeah, I think it was Brad. Been a while. No, I still do those. I do those in the morning. I try not to do that strong caffeine hit in the afternoon, but yeah, I do those in the morning. Courtside Rory in the building. Oh man, 10 days. That's crazy. That is crazy. Oh, right on, Steven. That's dope. That's dope.
Oh, that's what's up.
Good
there
stuff. Tell them like the beam now. Oh, right on, Fred. That's cool, man. I'm glad you got to hear that. Used to have a good podcast called Be Conscious. Volleyball way over. Volleyball club with 17s just starting.
Oh, it's about to be lit. Them volleyball tournaments are packed.
Oh, I'm glad you brought this up, William. We'll mention this on the radio next. Good call. Yeah, start with that's a good call, Molly. Start with the 3 days. Hell, even it's 3 days. It's like, all right, 1 day in, second day's the hardest because it's like, oh, I got another day after this, and then the third day is this is it. And then
so it's that just no food, just all.
Yeah, you just drink juices every like 2 hours or so.
It's like a baby.
I wouldn't know, but I guess that sounds right. I love the chatty house. Y'all are funny. Roddy says, best thing about Steven is he has a beam tattoo. Random Ramsey. His new name is Random Ramsey. Ramsey is the mayor of the chat house. He be in there. We can't give Roddy an official title because he's the type who'd get thrown out of office.
He used to be BTR.
BTR. I don't even remember what sparked that. We had BTR. We had Wet Blanket Steven.
WBS. Wet Blankets.
Got Happy Ass Leezy. A Random Ramsey in there. Dr. David. This is a group unlike any other, man, and we are
Random Ramsey.
We are thankful for each and every one of you. You could join the chatty house if you'd like to. They are a fun bunch over at youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You could even join on Facebook Live if you'd like, and you can hang out there. Big thanks to Anthony Slater for joining us. Coach David Patrick joined us earlier in today's show as well. Jason Jones is going to join us coming up in about 30 minutes before we get back to the Kings. Got a great note from William. We actually had this in our notes, and I think we got sidetracked with deal or no deal. But William asked, did you see how many people watched the Niners and Cowboys game? Yes, we did.
Ooh,
it's a smidge less than I thought it would be, but holy crap, what a number it was. 45.7 million people watched the Dallas Cowboys and the San Francisco 49ers. If memory serves, thinking back to last week, that's about 5 million more than last year's game.
I think so.
I feel like you threw that number 40 million. It might have been 41.
I thought it was 41.
4 to 5 million more.
Yeah.
than last
Wow.
year, which is speaks to those two brands.
So
the San Francisco 49ers and the Dallas
is there what's a and I'm asking the question. If there isn't an answer, then there isn't an answer. But if there is, I want to know from people, what's a bigger game than that?
I don't think there is one. I don't think there's a bigger game than the Cowboys 49ers.
I definitely don't think there's one in the AFC. You can convince me Packers, Cowboys might do it. You think Eagles,
it doesn't
Cowboys
do it for me? That's big, sure. That pushes. I think that do any of these games I think get more than 45 million?
That's what I'm asking.
I don't think so. But Eagles Cowboys absolutely I think pulls 40 million. I don't know that there's a bigger game than the 49ers Cowboys. There are bigger. This is
and
you don't
say
get
bigger
this game.
We're talking about who can do that.
But
viewing number.
And we'll use the divisional round as an example. If you get Cowboys Eagles, that's the third time you're getting it. Not that the stakes are any different. Like 49ers, it's 49ers and Cowboys in the playoffs. It's 5 versus 5.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's 5 versus 5. Like that's always going to have that's. I mean, and of course, TV viewer, there's a nostalgia feel. That's 80s versus 90s.
Yeah,
that's where it ends. Ain't nothing after that. But it's 80s versus 90s.
I'm thinking about this, and I think you're right. I feel Packers Cowboys might be able to do it. Packers Cowboys might be able to do it. Packers Bears.
See,
what did they do? We know what did they do they played an NFC Championship game. They didn't do. I don't think they did 45 million. I don't know how you would even find that, but
to the internet, as Ken Rudolph used to say.
They played it. They played in the NFC Championship game, and I don't think they did 40 million. That was in 20. Oh, I was about to say 2009, but 2009, 2010, either one of those two. Terrence says if a New York team could be relevant, they probably draw a ton of people. I'm not sure the Giants could match up and do 45. Yeah. Roddy, you know what? I was gonna say this, but you're a Raider fan, and I'm gonna he says in the chat, because somebody was bringing up if the Raiders were good, they could probably do that number. Roddy says the Raider fan base is wildly overrated, and I'm a Raider fan. And I understand what he's saying. Not Raider fans. Like, there's obviously Raider fans. I don't think Raider Nation, when you talk about the sheer volume of people and things of that nature, I don't think it's top 5 in the league.
We got to provide context to all of this, right? Divisional round is important, like where the game is being played.
And that's why I say NFC, because some people might say Cowboys Steelers. Well, that's a Super Bowl. Like, that's
going to get 100 million people.
Right.
You're correct.
Right.
Because I can't find what I'm looking for. I'm too flustered. We're live on the air. I'm trying to Google this. I can't do it. But I did find the last year's championship game numbers.
That was Niners, Rams.
Yeah. Do you, off the top of your head, think it's more or less
than this game?
Than Cowboys 49ers?
I'm going to say it's less.
50.
What? What?
50.
Jeez.
Peaked. Let me be fair. 50.4 million. Peaked at 55.2.
Wow.
Now,
jeez.
Bengals Chiefs last year. Average 47.6. Remember that game? What type of game? Peaked 60.9 million viewers. Is boy, goodness gracious, 60.9. This week we've got the theory will be tested. You've got Philadelphia. You've got I-95.
Yeah.
And you've got San Francisco now. And then you've got a rematch of a game that peaked at 60 million viewers last year.
Where did the Rams and 49ers peak at?
55.2.
And they don't, when they do that, they don't tell you when they peaked, right? They just say it peaked.
This does. The ratings peaked at 55.2 million towards the end of the game. That was for the Rams and the 49ers.
Uh-huh.
The AFC doesn't get as descriptive. It just says the game peaked at 60.99 million viewers.
I would assume it's the same. I mean, the end of the game, they went to overtime. I would assume it's around.
I'm 100% certain. It's what we were talking about with the national championship a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
If you tuned in 30 minutes late, you had zero reason to stick around and watch that game. It was over before people got dinner on their table.
Yeah. So I'll go with the average number because that's a little more indicative. Like, because there's people who probably don't care about it's close. Let me go see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the average number, I think 49ers Eagles is going to do a pretty massive number. I think it's going to do close to what 49ers Rams just did.
I agree.
If not more.
Plus the stakes are a little bit higher, right? So I think that plays a factor in it as well.
And here's the other thing about it.
I know this is dumb. I love this stuff.
I love sports media.
Looking at ratings.
I love sports media. It's in the intricacies of it and all that. I love it. The other thing about this, and I could be wrong, and the Patriots may have changed this a little bit, but I talk about it all the time. It's AFC NFC thing. Like I don't think there's an AFC game that can compare to what the NFC can do. Somebody in here earlier said Steelers, Patriots. That's not bigger than Cowboys, Niners. Somebody said Raiders, Chiefs. That's not bigger than Cowboys, Niners.
So I'm looking. Okay. We're live, pal. Just deal with this.
Listen to this later. You'll hear this again later.
Not tonight. We got a college football game, college basketball game. Excuse me. Last year, just in millions. This is divisional round last year. 44-41 NFC.
What did Niners Packers do? If you have that in front of
42-41. They did 42 million. So it's 42-41. New England, Kansas City. 53.9 million.
I'm dead wrong then. Wow. Wait a minute. New England, Kansas City in
the AFC did 50. This was 2019.
That's a championship game.
This is a championship game. I'm making this up. This is a championship game. These are the conference championship ratings that I'm looking at. 53-44, 44-42. Jacksonville versus New England did 44 million viewers in 2018. I think what it just boils down to is people love football.
Yeah. And it goes up
but the
further you go.
Yo, talk trash all you want to. Tom Brady drew eyeballs.
Oh man.
53 million for the Patriots Denver matchup.
He did.
San Francisco and Seattle. 55.
This year?
No, 2014.
55. Jeez. That was a big one.
I got to stop this because I'm getting so sidetracked. This is ridiculous. 2012. San Francisco.
They played the Falcons.
Giants.
Oh, well, 2012. 2011 season, 2012. Yeah. That has to be 50 plus.
57. Minnesota, New Orleans, 57.
Oh, man.
Philly, Arizona in 2009, 38.
What did Philly,
now we're
getting
Minnesota so far back.
Philly, Minnesota do. That was in 17, I think.
Philly, Minnesota. We're ending it after this. I don't have Philly. I have Green Bay, Atlanta. What year did you say?
It's 2017, 2018, somewhere around there.
2018. 42. 42 million.
Maybe Philly isn't the powerhouse that the Cowboys and the 49ers are.
It's conspicuous by their absence. The Cowboys are nowhere in any of these ratings.
You said conference championship games.
I
right?
did. Yeah.
Well, you ain't gonna see them.
I don't know why
You ain't gonna see them.
I don't know why I'm throwing out Cowboys jokes. Philadelphia and St. Louis drew 37 back in 2002. Yeah. I love this rating stuff, man. This is I just absolutely love looking at this stuff.
The funny thing to me is
I didn't mean to get so
with seeing that stuff is like, I don't know. It just feels like it's the same thing we talk about with the Super Bowl. Who's watching this year that didn't watch last year?
It's just all of this rating stuff is goofy. Like it's the same way, and it's amazing how many, like, you mention toilet scrubber, you gonna get an ad like on Amazon for a toilet scrubber because your phone's listening. But yet radio ratings and television ratings are such an inexact science right now. Like are there really 112 million people watching the Super Bowl? It's an educated guess, but it's a guess. We don't know how many people are in bars. We don't know how many, different bars, like how many people those bars account for. They count for something,
right? But
how many? We don't know.
Right.
It's a souped up number to a certain degree. It drives up advertising. It's an inexact science. It seems like there should be an easy way to figure this stuff out, but there's not. Yeah. Like we can tell you exactly how many people are watching on YouTube and Twitch and Facebook. We can tell you exactly how many people are listening on the Odyssey app. We have no clue how many real people are watching on our streaming channels. We have no idea how many people are listening on 1320 AM. And they're never able to tell us. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Make sure you download the Odyssey app. We got some new exclusive content coming your way.
It's actually a really cool feature.
Yeah, we're going to have a new Go Live feature.
Somebody
always got something to say. I'm trying to do a radio program here.
They got me once already, and then here comes Jesse.
Jesse, the producer, sidetracking everything.
No, but the feature does seem pretty cool. We were talking about.
We're gonna go live with new content on that app.
Yeah,
at very random times.
Very random times, at any time. It could be both of us. Could be one of us. Could be me and Jason. We talked about that today.
Okay.
They pitched that. They're like, hey.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Oh, because from what I hear, these features will then be podcasted. Interesting.
Yeah.
Boy, they keep creating more work for us, and we just kind of like take it. Like, oh yeah, we'll go live for 15. Yeah, sure, whatever. All right. But it's basically Twitter Spaces. And you can call and do all of that stuff, but it's exclusive to the Odyssey app. Because Odyssey pays us, we're not going on Twitter. Twitter wants to pay us. If you want to create a bidding war, that's fine, but we'll be on the Odyssey app. So make sure you download that. And you got to save ESPN 1320 as your favorite radio station. That way, you get the live alerts. And I can tell you with all certainty, we will go live following some Kings victories last night, as they had one last night. Golden One Center was popping.
Oh, yeah.
A 30-4 run closes that game out. And I think the Grizzlies scored 10 points in the quarter. 6 of them were scored in like the first 3 minutes or so. And then they just got points at the foul line the rest of the way.
Check this out. Our guy, Tim Maxwell, Sacktown Baby Giraffe, with 7:31 left in the third quarter, the Grizzlies took a 73-71 lead. The Kings outscored the Grizzlies 62-27 over the final 19 and a half minutes.
Wow.
That's it. And I fell back a little bit because, we had guests in the house, but I saw Anthony was like, it's finals. It's cute. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Look, I understand all the defensive concerns, but number one, like we pointed out earlier in the show, like those things happen. I don't want to say they only happen, but you really start to have those concerns when you face the top of the top, which is conference final time, maybe even semifinal time. And that's my whole point. Like you tell me, all right, this is all cute, but when they play Denver, they're not going to be able to do that. If they play Denver in the Western Conference Finals, that's one step away from what I just said, the NBA Finals. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a prediction or nothing like that. It's just
it's a spoiler. Oh, sorry, it's a promo. My bad.
I'm just saying, like, it's not inconceivable. That's what I'm saying because of what they can do on the offensive end.
There's no Golden State Warriors, right? There's no dominant. There are really good teams. Memphis is a very good team. Denver is a very good team.
Yeah, and it's twofold. Right? It's what the Kings can do on the offensive end, combined with what's in the Western Conference this year.
Did I hear this correctly? I think I heard Matt George say this. Are the Kings the second team to beat Memphis twice this year?
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Is that right?
Oh, man.
That seems, I mean, Memphis hasn't lost very many games, so it's not that absurd of a concept, but they're 31-16. I was listening to Matt, but I had a call this morning, and it's like, wow, that's a hell of a stat. And then I started second guessing myself. Did I hear that right? That's if the information that I'm relaying to you live on this radio show is correct, that's an amazing stat.
That is. That's a trip.
Or I just am making it up again like I did earlier.
What was it when you said
someone? So I found the clip. Harrison Barnes, we were tagged in it. Harrison Barnes did in fact say something about the Philly game, as did Trey Lyles. Matt George to the rescue. Third team, Jazz and Suns. Jazz, Suns, and Kings are the three teams who have beaten the Memphis Grizzlies twice this year. Thank you for that, Matt George.
Even on top of that, they're done with the Grizzlies. They're done with the Grizzlies and the Lakers.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And they only got one more game with the Warriors.
That's right. The last home game in April.
And they haven't seen the
Pelicans. They saw the Warriors 3 freaking times in the first 2 weeks of the season and don't see them again till the second to last game.
Come on, man. And they haven't seen the Pelicans yet, but our guy Jason Anderson had a tweet that came out and said the Pelicans say Zion Williamson's hamstring is progressing well and healing as expected. He'll be reevaluated in 2 weeks, which likely means he won't return until after, sometime after the Kings visit New Orleans on the 5th. The Kings will play the Pelicans on March 3rd and April 4th. So.
And granted, this is going to change here in a minute, but first matchup against the Wolves Saturday.
Yep.
So they haven't played. They haven't played the Timberwolves yet either.
Back. I think they got 2.
It's not back. It's not. I know what you mean. It's not a back-to-back
series,
right?
Deal.
Yeah.
I think they got 2 of those with the Timberwolves.
Oh, do they?
I think the one here is that same situation.
I think do they have one with Dallas coming up?
Yep, that's
they do.
Like one of the only February home games.
Yeah, they're you get to see the Kings like 3 times in February, and 2 of them are against Dallas. Friday and Saturday, the 10th and the 11th against Dallas. It's a weird scheduling quirk that they haven't seen Minnesota yet, and they haven't seen New Orleans yet.
Yeah, Minnesota when they come here is just one game. So no back-to-back. They got back-to-back, series with Minnesota.
The Dallas Houston. One is an actual back-to-back.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Friday and Saturday, like you said. They got Minnesota, Houston, Dallas, OKC, Portland. Those are the 2-game series left. All of them except for Dallas on the road.
So obviously the Houston one is in Houston because
they've already done
they've done that one here.
What is scheduled? You know how do
it's a bubble schedule quirk.
I'm cool with the 2-game series.
I guess it's not a bubble, COVID schedule quirk.
I like the 2-game series.
It's different. It's definitely different. I think it adds a unique element.
Sometimes.
Yeah. It adds an interesting element to the 2 games for sure.
Yeah.
But the Kings, they've wrapped up their season series against the, I realized I don't feel like we've got plenty of time to do it. Jason Jones, J Street Vibes, is going to join us coming up here in a couple of minutes. Keegan Murray is in a rhythm right now.
He's balling.
He's
looking comfortable.
I mean, 20-9 for him yesterday. He is in a groove. right now. And he looked there wasn't a player from Harrison to Keegan to Malik Monk to Terrence Davis when he entered the game with 2.5 minutes left who didn't look comfortable.
Yeah.
And I think Katie, I think it was Katie who was using a lot, or Mark, the team was, that ball had energy last night.
Yeah.
And everybody felt it.
Yeah, they were whipping the ball around. They were making the extra pass. Once a couple shots went in, like you said, everybody started feeling good. You can, salute Harrison with that, but Keegan was also cooking.
Yeah.
At least it felt like it early.
No, he was.
He was cooking. And now I can't get out of my head, seeing him and thinking, what is he going to be 2 years from now?
Yeah.
Is he going to get that handle to the point where he can create shots on his own? Because if he does, Keegan could be a problem. I was looking at it earlier. He's not going to win Rookie of the Year, which is crazy. I think that's going to Paolo.
Yeah.
But Keegan is possibly in line for another Rookie of the Month. Another Rookie of the Month.
Yeah, how many of those do you have to win before it doesn't make sense to give Paolo Banchero the Rookie of the Year anymore?
Well, isn't that what happened with Tyreek and Steph? I think Tyreek started off winning like 2 Rookie of the Months, and then I think Steph won like the last 4. But Tyreek won the Rookie of the Year. 25-5.
I hadn't heard. Those were his numbers?
25-5.
Wow.
Big time.
You don't hear those numbers referenced here very often.
Big time.
Keegan, by the way, he was cooking. he was 4 of 5 from the field, 3 of 3 in the first quarter. Him and Harrison combined for 26. That is such an absurd number. 26 of the team's first quarter's 47 points.
That's crazy. Keegan Murray,
or 47 first quarter
in
points.
January, 14.4 points per game, 5.8 rebounds, shooting 51% from 3, 52% from the field.
Jesse just gave me the universal sign that I'm an idiot and we need to go to break because Jason Jones joins us when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Goodness gracious. Just sitting here talking.
I'll be right back.
We normally have time before Jason gets here, so we'll grab him coming right out the. Okay. Kings were 17 of 23 from the field yesterday in the first quarter, and 12 of 13 from 3. They shot 92.3% in that for 12 of 13, 5 of 6, 3 of 3. Trey Lyles hit 2. Malik hit his. Davion hit his. De'Aaron didn't take one. Domas didn't take one. All of that, and Kevin Huerter didn't shoot any threes in the first quarter. Incredible. Yeah. Well, that's such a weird game. I can't get over that. Such a weird game. Nah, Carlos, I think the Kings absolutely deserve flowers for taking Keegan Murray for multiple reasons. One, again, I think Jaden Ivey's going to be very, very good. But Keegan Murray just fits here beautifully. And I also think Keegan Murray is going to be really good. It's like what Kenny was just talking about. What's he going to look like next season? What's he going to look like the season after? He's good. He's composed. Like, I think one of the great things about Keegan, like in getting excited about his future is nothing that we've seen is like, man, that's over the top. Like that's out of his game. Like he's over his head. He's playing over his head. We have big games by Terrence Davis, the 30-point game or the spread. Like that's probably not quite what Terrence is, right? Like that's a little over his head. We're not seeing that from Keegan. I think Keegan plays completely within himself. Yeah, that was dope. Brian, I'm not sure. Brian, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Fill me in, Brian. Brian C. Yeah. He will at one point, and oh man, the crowd's gonna pop. Crowd is gonna pop. I need to know what y'all are referencing though. I think I missed. Oh. Oh, got you.
This feels great.
What's that?
So this is the first time I really worn this. This is great.
Oh, good. It was
phenomenal.
It was a long road. It was a long road to get to that hoodie, to get to that zip up, find the perfect one.
This is phenomenal.
I really do feel like we've perfected the store.
Go check it out, DLoandKC.com.
Indeed. DLoandKC.com. I'm actually working on some things for YouTube to where some of our gear you can see on the YouTube channel. And then I'm going to create some memberships. I just got to figure out how to do that. I mean, I know how to create the memberships, but like I want to put the emojis. Like we'll have like black bottle themed emojis and stuff like that. I got to figure out how to put all that stuff in there. And then create some incentives for memberships. That'll be pretty cool.
Looks like Morgan State's going to beat Norfolk State.
Thank you. I was wondering.
I was about to ask.
I was going to DVR. I was going to DVR it, but I was like, Kenny's going to spoil this,
Sorry
so it
with the
doesn't
spoiler.
matter.
I was going to ask you, but you definitely know this. So like, where is Morgan State? You know where that is. Where's Norfolk State?
It's not in Virginia?
It is.
Oh, yeah,
I was just
Norfolk.
checking.
Oh, Norfolk, Virginia. I thought that was a trick question. Oh, how did I not have that queued up?
Is that honestly? I don't know. Is that a trick question? Like,
Did they say they was listening to us yesterday? Is that what they said out there to you? That they was listening to us?
They said because we look like we were having so much fun in here. I don't know what we were doing.
I caught Catalina look back at us one time and like kind of smile. I was like, what? She never does that. What's going on out there?
I'm telling today, Deal or No Deal got intense today.
Deal or No Deal have me stressed. Cowboys 49ers level.
Johnny G, come on, man. Johnny G taking Dr. David lessons. See, look at your influence on people, Dr. David. Come on, man.
Come on, man. We appreciate you, though.
Yeah, we
Thank
do.
you.
Yeah, don't pay me enough. Tell Sam we'll have to. Yeah, all right. I can't tell this for sure. I can't wait to bring this screen up. Is Jason? Oh, okay.
What a jackass.
Oh, okay. Well, you look a lot different when you shave, man. That is really different.
It's so uncalled for.
Oh, I'm a jackass apparently as well. So
It's so uncalled for. What a jackass.
hey, what? How you gonna hate Randall Cunningham?
Hang on, Jay. Hang on. Jason Jones coming in hot.
Be your own people, man. Your old co-host, man. Oh, man.
Jason Jones, your partner over on the J Street Vibes podcast.
Well, we know where his alliances are.
Well, we always knew his alliances were never with the 49ers, though I did not expect Jay to join the stream in a Philadelphia Eagles jersey.
That's why I flipped him the bird with the Stone Cold meme on Sunday. I saw him trying to link up with Cowboys fans.
I've been had this. I got this. I got Reggie White. See, growing up back in Long Beach, we had a period where the Raiders were banned from schools for gang reasons.
Jeez.
So I was trying to find a team I could wear to school that wouldn't, draw the ire of authorities. And I liked Randall Cunningham, of the Reggie White fan. And I thought Buddy Ryan was the coolest coach ever because he was all for abusing quarterbacks. So I would roll with the Eagles. And I had them all, and then as I got older, the Eagles, I think, drafted 3 guys from my high school.
Damn, okay.
Winston Justice, Deshaun Jackson, and Brandon Whiting. I actually went to school with Brandon. His dad would coach me. So I've always had an affinity for the Eagles, and should they do the Lord's work on Sunday and make Niner fans cry, I will celebrate like I'm from Philly.
It's the 3rd straight week he's asked for somebody to do the Lord's work.
Yeah, well, he's increased his time this week.
Well, Gino and Dak, they're kind of.
Well, this is your boy, though. This is your boy.
Oh, yeah.
This is your boy. This is his frat brother.
Yeah, so he gonna do the damn thing. Yeah, he ain't. I know Nick Bosa like to get down and try to tackle a certain kind of quarterback.
Hey,
he ain't gonna get this one.
It's lit on Sunday.
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. If Nick Bosa has more than 2 sacks on Sunday, I'm on an investigation.
Look. I'm gonna tell y'all both. Maybe Nick done turned over a new leaf. He don't have a sack on
I'm just saying, word on the street is this playoff run gets him a little amped up more.
You got it all wrong, Jay. He didn't turn over a new leaf.
He left.
He don't have a sack all playoffs.
He left Gino alone. He left Dak alone.
He didn't turn over a new leaf.
He had a conversation with Reverend Al Sharpton. He was like, "I ain't gonna do this no more."
He's different. He's different. This whole playoff run is like, man. I guess I'll go ahead and hold up now. I know the first couple. I was like, man, he go after Russell Wilson a little different than he do Jared Goff. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a music thing. I don't know.
Can you confirm my suspicion in that you put that jersey on right before this hit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, combined with the fact that he got it in the early 2000s. You see that what's that, a 58? That jersey?
No, this is Randall Cunningham.
No, the size. Look at the sleeves. They go down to your forearms.
So what?
Jay ain't really a slim cut dude.
No, but Jay, he still wears his stuff today differently than that jersey right now.
This is like a what size? Whatever. Who cares? That don't matter. I mean, that's irrelevant to what's going to happen.
The Eagles did fail by staying with this like dark green. I think they're Kelly green, or it's Kelly green right now. I don't know, but that particular green is much better. They need to go back to that full time, but they're staying with the dark green, which is why they'll lose.
And the Niners should stop wearing black.
We did.
Thank God. That was terrible.
Wore better than you guys.
No.
I don't even know why. Hey, I don't even know why we talking football. I don't even know why.
I don't either.
I don't even know why. Because my team's still playing. Your team hadn't played in all year. Right?
Hey, all year. My team plays on Sunday.
See, this is what we got to go. When I say it's Niners versus everybody, it really is Niners versus everybody.
Not really.
Right, so we built for it.
We built for it. Jay pulls up with like a Joe Burrow jersey next week or something.
Hey, I will wear the jersey of any team that eliminates the 49ers just because I love walking around Northern California trolling them. Like back in the day, when I went up to, was it Portland? I bought a Seahawks shirt just to wear in the Bay Area. I ain't no Seahawks fan.
You absolutely.
I got a Legion of Boom shirt, and after they beat the Sherman Crabtree play, I just would go to Target in that shirt.
Hey,
and get dirty looks and laugh. I mean, I had no allegiance to the Seahawks other than it made people in the Bay Area mad at me.
When I posted that tweet the other day talking about, flipping the bird, well, Stone Cold was, not me, flipping the bird to Raiders fans trying to join up with Cowboys fans, I had a lot of Raider fans talking about, oh, KC, you're delusional. You're just making up stuff. This didn't really happen. Ain't no real Raider fan doing this. I'm telling you.
No, I wanted the Cowboys to be
how you guys see it.
No, I don't care. I mean, if I didn't live in Northern California, I probably wouldn't care because I live in Northern California. Oh, I wanted the Cowboys to win. But Dak was trying to get a game ball from the wrong team.
They didn't.
That's a high level of petty that I can appreciate.
I mean, this is what I do. I mean, there's a reason why my friends say I should be part of the player haters ball. Like they were like that. It was missing me. This is what I do.
Yeah,
I have no shame in admitting that my only joy of the postseason is watching Niner fans get so close, only to be disappointed. Like in an ideal situation, they'll be leading up to the fourth quarter again, and then someone will drop an interception or something crazy, or
we're on the road again. I mean, this little gritty.
Up by like 11.
Hey,
we got have a big old
Monty
celebration.
McNair has agreed on a contract extension.
Let's go, damn it. Let's go.
From Adrian Wojnarowski
What in the world is going on?
After orchestrating a remarkable franchise renaissance, Sacramento Kings general manager Monty McNair has agreed on a contract extension. Under McNair, who is in the final months of his deal, Kings are third in the West and on the cusp of ending 16-year postseason absence. This, according to Adrian Wojnarowski, Monty McNair gets his contract extension.
Shout out.
Life is good. See, light the beam.
Shout out to the Kings. Shout out to Monty McNair. Bag is secured by Monty McNair. Now let's go ahead and end this thing, man. Let's end this playoff, baby. Come on.
Yes, indeed.
He really does deserve it, Jay and Damian. I mean, the guy, what he's done in about 2 years. And he was moving slow for me early on, and I was like getting frustrated. But
it was very slow.
Has he missed? Has he missed? Like, I'm not saying he'll never miss, but so far, has he missed?
I'm trying to think. Now, what are we defining as a miss?
Like a guy, I guess Hassan Whiteside is a miss, right? Glenn Robinson the third.
Hassan Whiteside, that wasn't a move designed to make the team help the team win. Your additions are Glenn Robinson the third and Hassan. You're not trying to win. You weren't trying to win. And now that they've actually tried to win in this the last 12 months. Monet McNair, that's out right there.
Oh, that's Monet. Yeah, that's
Zeke's family finally got in there one way or another.
It's official. She here. She here.
Monet McNair.
Zeke didn't make it, but Monet got in the family.
Finally. All it took was 50 Cent getting his liquor in here, and we good to go.
You see the vision. You see how 50 orchestrated this whole thing.
Finally happened.
But I mean,
I think it's the right decision. I mean, I don't know what else you could have asked of Monty, given what he inherited. He made the coaching hires worked out this year. He's drafted. I mean, he's got 3 solid first round picks, or are we on number 4 now with Tyrese, Davion? 3. He hasn't missed. When was the last time you said the Kings drafted 3 NBA players in a row in the lottery? I mean, that was one reason why the streak has been so long. They just couldn't get right in the lottery.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? He's did that right. The Sabonis trade. I remember about this time a year ago, people wanted to see him in the parking lot over trading Tyrese.
See him in the parking
lot. Oh, people were
heated. Nah, that's real talk.
I remember people got mad at me for saying I liked the trade, said I was a hater. Oh, you must hate Tyrese. I'm like, no, I don't hate Tyrese. I think Tyrese is great. But for the way the team is set up, Tyrese was basically your backup point guard because you'd already given De'Aaron the max. And to me, that long-term deal of a Tyrese De'Aaron backcourt wasn't going to work. And, and part of being a good GM is when you draft well, you then have assets that teams want. And then you can flip those assets. So, and this couldn't have worked out almost any better. And I think one of the underrated parts of last year's trade deadline is coming up with Trey Lyles.
Yeah.
I mean, I just
He's
think
been incredible.
Yeah, and plus Monty's a Dodger fan, so you can't,
nobody's perfect.
You can't go wrong with that. You can't go wrong with that. Having a Dodger fan in your front office.
That's very wrong. That is
what did everybody else get you since Petrie? You got you a Dodger fan. Look at you now. So I need you to put some respect on that. I need you to acknowledge them. We'll put you on trial like they put Sami Zayn on trial for
that. Is Monty's obviously there's a trade deadline approaching. Is Monty's biggest order of business Harrison Barnes?
I don't know. Order of business in the sense of like keeping him?
In my opinion, yeah.
Oh, like, I don't see. I wouldn't move Harrison.
Yeah, okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, you want to address this one way or another. Obviously, the trade deadline is coming up. I don't think trading Harrison Barnes is part of any conversation. But do you have conversations with Harrison Barnes? I don't think sitting out the trade deadline is Monty's plan either, though I don't know that Kings fans would be terribly upset if that wound up being something that happened. But is finding out if Harrison, look, you're not a part of anything on this trade deadline. We want you to be around here for the next couple of years. We all thought Harrison was gone. We all thought Harrison wanted to be gone before this season started. And now, you see the way the team's playing. You hear some of his, his post-game stuff, his practice stuff, like maybe he's bought into this being different, being new, not being what he's been a part of for the last, God, is it 4 or 5 years now?
Man, Harrison hasn't been part of winning since what, 2016?
Yeah, Warriors.
Yeah, he was elite in scorer in Dallas, but those weren't good teams. And yeah, they've been trying to trade. The Twitter rumor mill's been trading Harrison for 3 years.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think a lot of it is, just hey, he's got the declining value in the contract. He's a veteran, he'd help a good team. But I think the mentality's got to be different this year. This isn't about pawning off, getting off of contracts and, maybe we can bring in some guy who we can get a look going into the offseason. You're about trying to supplement this team. And I think in the past, the supplemental moves were kind of like, it's nice, but it wasn't going to really move anything. Like, I like when they added DeLon Wright, but that wasn't like, a foundational, we're going to do something big type addition. And I think now, really, if they don't make a move and they just kind of like look at the buyout market, that could be a way for them to go. Just because they don't really have to, they don't have the pressure of if you don't make a move, what's going to happen. They're not in that, they're not sitting at like 23 and 24 like the entire Western Conference seems to be right now. They're not in that, that bunch at the bottom. They'd have to have a major slip to, all of a sudden be going, oh my God, we're in 9th. And I don't see them having slippage like that outside of, if say De'Aaron or Sabonis were to miss significant time. Yeah. So I just think the approach has got to be is different now. You're trying to bolster, before it was like, well, maybe we can collect some assets, maybe make a deal where we don't give up a lot. Like last year you moved Bagley and Parker because you don't want him back. And you figure let's get something for him. And that worked out pretty well for them.
It worked out
great. And this year, I don't think you break up, the core of this team unless it's like a blockbuster move. And outside of that, you can wait for Steve to get bought out. see what vets are out there on 10 days. Maybe you bring in. I just think it's a different approach, and I think this is probably the first time since Harrison signed his extension that we're not talking about who wants Harrison Barnes, or you're not going to walk into the locker room and the day before the deadline, everyone's going, okay, who's not going to be here tomorrow? I mean, they've had some crazy deadline days where guys were mad after the deadline. They were still on the team. And I've been around some of those guys. They were like, what did I do to not get traded?
Yeah,
like,
no need to bring Buddy up.
Yeah. They don't have to worry about that. Now, I think guys are happy. Guys want, winning fixes everything. And that was one of the people who always try to tell me that no one will go to Sacramento. I'm like, if they're winning, they will. People signed with Oklahoma City when they were winning.
Mm-hmm.
No one, and if it was all about the location, the Lakers, Clippers, and the Knicks and Heat would get everybody they want. And they don't because, winning and management matters. I think now the management situation is settled, with Monty getting the extension. You have a coach, GM, owner, all on the same accord. You don't have a coach that the GM didn't bring in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's the most stable they've been probably since the Petrie days.
Yeah, for sure. Adding to Adrian Wojnarowski in his report, he said the Kings are working to finalize a new deal with assistant GM Wes Welker too. Source said McNair Wes Wilcox.
That's diversity. Wes Welker.
That would be that boy. Kenny Caraway, Wes Welker, and Monet McNair.
Let's try this again.
The Kings are really thinking outside the box in the front office. They got Mary J. Blige and a slot receiver running things.
Let's try this again. From Adrian Wojnarowski, Kings are working to finalize a new deal with assistant GM Wes Wilcox too. Source says McNair and Wilcox have worked closely together in reshaping the organization into a Western Conference contender.
Indeed, they have.
And Wes, he deserves his credit as well for his role in this. Jason, to the best of your knowledge, like you've been around the league for so long, I assume the Kings didn't beat the Grizzlies by 33, and Vivek woke up and said, today's a good day to make an extension for Monty McNair. And Monty McNair said, you know what? I accept. Deal's done. I don't think that's how it went down. How long do you think this has been in the works? Like, I know, and I only ask that because people have been kind of freaking out over it for a while. Is this something that you think maybe they had been planning throughout the offseason and it rolled into the season, or they weren't sure during the season and then they saw enough? How do you think it played out in your opinion?
Like I said, I'm pretty sure it was, over a period of time. I think we're past the days of people. Maybe we're past the days of everyone wondering, okay, will one loss change Vivek's mind completely? Like, what if he had the extension ready on Friday, played the Sixers? Like, nope. Then he's like, okay, Monday, okay, he can have it back. I don't think we're, at that stage of things. I think a lot of times I would have been shocked if they got to the offseason and there was nothing done. That would have been a bad sign. You get to April, May, they make the playoffs and it's like, well, what happens with the GM? I didn't think it was that would have been a bad sign. So I think this is one of those things that you talk about. You get an idea that, Monty wants to be around. Now, how do we make this thing work? What number does Monty want or need to stay? All those things, but yeah, you're right. This didn't happen. I don't think, well, of course I'll say that and someone will tell me differently. I don't think Vivek watched the game and says, you know what? Hey, let's ask Bibby real quick. Bibby, should I keep him? Okay, done.
Let's hope he didn't.
That would be a great story that if it was Vivek conferred with 50 Cent and Mike Bibby and made the decision.
Mike Bibby looked at him and said, who's Monty McNair? Why would you sign him to an extension? I don't understand. Can I read Woj put the tweet out, and I don't think we've talked about this one time. The tweet from Woj, ESPN story on the Sacramento Kings extending GM Monty McNair, an executive of the year front runner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah,
he's got to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got to be. I mean, Yeah, I mean that's a no-brainer to me. You got to be. I mean, they make the. I'm trying to think around the league. You know, who else? I mean, if you're talking about like front runners or whatever, who else?
Early in the season, it was Griff. You know, with what the Pelicans were doing, but that's kind of
or Danny or you know, I think Utah would get some votes just for the way they fleeced Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Minnesota would not get it. It was it Tim Conley? Who's that? He wouldn't get executive of the year.
You know, so I mean, you know,
him.
But you know, like I said, a lot of times these votes come with the whole narrative thing, and no one's going to have a better narrative amongst the executives than Monty.
No,
I mean, you know, the downtrodden Kings couldn't make the playoffs since before iPhones were invented. You know, all that stuff, and here, you know, he makes a trade a year ago that the fans don't necessarily like because who the heck is Sabonis? You know. You know, he played in Indiana. A lot of folks didn't know about him, and it's all worked out. You know, they straight jacked Atlanta for Kevin Huerter. You know, that was a no ski mask right there. I don't know how. Every time I watch the Kings play, I'm like, how? And they traded Kevin Huerter. Why?
I don't think Atlanta knows what they're doing. I think that's what it boils down to. I don't think Atlanta knows what they're doing.
Yeah,
I don't think they know what they want. I don't think they know what they're doing. None of that.
Yeah, in a league where shooting is at a premium, why are you giving away shooters?
Bad job.
But, hey, it's about time the Kings got over on somebody, not the other way around.
Man, well, that's good news for the Sacramento Kings.
Great news
it is. It's tremendous. If you're just tuning in, Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN reports that Monty McNair, Sacramento Kings general manager, has agreed to a contract extension just weeks now ahead of the trade deadline. That conversation that had left a lot of people scratching their head can now be put to bed. Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox as well will be the general managers and assistant general managers of this team. They will be a part of the Kings front office for a long time. People in the chatty house asking for details on the contract. Those things normally aren't released when it comes to front office personnel. I'm not really sure why. But they're not. I hope Monty got the bag, though, because he's absolutely earned it. This is a team that a lot of Vegas books had pegged at 33.5 wins to 34.5 wins. And, Jay, they got their 27th win of the season by beating the second-place team in the Western Conference by 33.
Man.
Incredible.
Yeah, no, you can't complain too much about that.
That was one of the strangest games I remember.
Oh, God, that game, I was ready to be like, oh, my God, here they go again. And then now they're up by 20. I'm like, okay, I guess they got this one. I'm like, they had made like 45 threes and they were up 6.
Yeah, that was bro. That was so sketchy.
I was like, what is going on here?
The fact that they couldn't get separation was bizarre. And then they got chased down, like we were all afraid would happen.
Mm-hmm.
And then they just went off. They went off and they became the 89-90 Pistons. They just stopped the Grizzlies from scoring and dominated that game.
The Grizzlies had about 6 points in the fourth for about 8 minutes, it felt like.
Yeah, seriously. I talked about it earlier, Jason. I said this was the almost full gamut of emotions in the whole roller coaster that you get from a Kings team. They have the offensive firepower to go off at any point in time, but they don't play defense, so the teams will always have an opportunity to come back.
Mm-hmm.
And then they do. And then the Kings play good enough defense for about 4 or 5 minutes, and you combine that with another explosion offensively, and you've got a 30-point win. Like that is a lot of what this Kings team is. You got the absolute best of what they could be and the absolute worst of what they could be.
They take you, it's a road. They take you everywhere. Yeah, it's like being in a crazy relationship. Sometimes you're like, I love you, I hate you. You know, it's like the Kendrick Lamar Cry Together song.
I was just about to say that. That's 100%.
Yeah, you going back and forth, but by the end, it's all good.
Indeed it is. Jay, we appreciate you. Elite trolling, as always. You are a role model for many.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
hey man, humble hearts over here, man. We're a little gritty 49ers team, just trying to go on the road and keep it close.
I need the Eagles to win because God forbid I got to root for the Chiefs to beat the Niners.
And we already know he's already done that before. I mean, what's up with you Raider fans, man? I don't know, man.
No,
I would never root for the Cowboys to beat the Raiders. I don't understand you guys.
So, like I said, I have no issue with the Niners as a team. It is the fans because I live out here. If I lived in LA, I wouldn't care probably. But because I live up here and all the Niner fans up here do things to me like, well, why don't you join us? No, leave me alone. Won't you come over here with us? I don't want to. Your tailgates are boring. No. I don't want any part of that. Leave me be. Let me have my 6-11 team.
It's all yours, Jay.
Yeah, nobody else wants them.
J Street Vibes.
We might have a 50-year-old quarterback next season. Who knows?
You might. We appreciate you. Thank you, Jason. Jason Jones, The Athletic right there. And, of course, the J Street Vibes podcast. That is tremendous. Monty McNair. So that's done.
That's done.
No more concern, no more storyline, no more we're headed into a trade deadline and the general manager isn't taken care of. No more expiring deals. None of that. We're set. Monty McNair is the general manager of this franchise.
There you go. There you go. I'm glad to see it, man. And like we talked about a little bit with Jason, I mean, he more than deserves it. He more than deserves it. He's done a phenomenal job. He really has. And there's been plenty of times when I've been frustrated with Monty McNair. I feel like he's not moving fast enough. Something needs to happen. You got to do something. We wasted all this time. I've said that. I'm not disputing that at all. And I will say right now, in his tenure, he's done a phenomenal job.
And that's it goes back, we look at the Rui Hachimura trade yesterday and a sentiment on social media. And I think you had this sentiment as well. Kings could have gotten involved in this. Okay. I think we're far enough into this and we can go back to Keegan over Jaden. We can go back and look at some of these other things and go, I think Monty has an idea of what he's doing. Let's let him execute it because the Keegan draft into the Kevin Huerter trade into the Malik Monk signing was flawless. It was, or Malik might have come first and then Kevin Huerter, but whichever the order was, the sequence of those events all worked out beautifully. They all worked out without an issue. And okay, Rui Hachimura, cool. Let's see what happens.
Wow.
We got, I think it's February 9th is the trade deadline.
Yeah, I think so.
February 8th or 9th. So it's approaching relatively quickly. I don't know what the move is to make out there. We've been over this a million times. If you think Mason Plumlee is a big time acquisition and matters, I see why people wouldn't just. We're talking about a 12-minute player, and that's fine. Again, it's valuable. We understand the value in that. I love the way Rashawn's playing too. I love the way Chimezie Metu was playing before he had the bone bruise the other night. I mean, if you think Plumlee worked, cool. What's it worth? All right, I'm gonna trust Monty McNair to put this team together.
Absolutely.
And compete when the postseason gets here. I think the most important thing we established in these conversations is there isn't a player. Like if you talk about defensive woes, you talk about the Sacramento Kings, potentially being an NBA Finals team. We're 40 plus games into the season, well over 40 games into the season. The Sacramento Kings kind of are what they are defensively. And a player, even two players, especially in the roles that they're being with this team, they ain't going to change that.
No.
The Kings can play really good defense in spurts, just like we saw last night. That's kind of who they are for this year. Mike's going to have to address that in the offseason, and God bless him. But I don't think we're going to see a dramatic shift over the last 30 games of the season because the Kings went and got
Mason
Plumlee, whoever.
And here's the thing.
Cam Reddish.
Well, Cam might change.
No knock on Cam. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Not bad. But here's the thing that I think about with the trade, and like people are so like we have to do something. That's why I keep saying you don't have to do anything. I like the roster. You don't have to do anything. And also the person that you would bring in, at least it feels like, you got to ask this question. We'll say Mason Plumlee just because he's a name we always hear. Not to say that his contribution wouldn't matter, but will Mason Plumlee ever play in the final 6 games, final 6 minutes of a close game? No. And that's the only type of trade I'm making is a trade for a guy. I shouldn't say that. I'll trade some second rounders and Alex Lynn for a Mason Plumlee. I would do that. But that's what I'm thinking about when you talk about a game changer, a guy who will play potentially the final 6 minutes of a close game. And I don't know if that guy's available, and I don't know what you're willing to give up for a guy like that.
I don't even know who it is.
I don't think he's out there.
I mean,
from what I know, I don't think he's out there right now.
It's not John Collins. You know what I mean? I don't think it's John Collins. I don't know who it is, if it exists. And if it does exist, it's a player we're not talking about. It's a player that we don't think is available. It's a player that we feel like, oh, that guy's untouchable, or that guy's not being moved, or whatever, however you want to frame it. But a big piece of the puzzle has been put into place. Sacramento Kings general manager Monty McNair has agreed to a contract extension. This according to Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN. Again, both Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox agree to contract extensions to remain in the front office of the Sacramento Kings and continue to try to build this third seed in the Western Conference team. This now, after last night's beatdown to the Memphis Grizzlies, 27-19. Partner, you said it. They might get over 5 games over 500, that elusive 5 games over 500, and never look back. And here they are, 8 games over 500. We appreciate you so much for being with us. For the last time, we're sending it out to college basketball. We'll hang out on the live stream a little bit longer if you want to check us out on youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If not, we'll see you here tomorrow at noon on ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
Did I hit that perfectly? I just noticed something on this clock in front of me. Oh, never mind then. I was looking at this clock like, I wonder, that's the out right there. Just hit the white. Hit the white. Goes from orange to, and now I realize it didn't change. So
that was
54:27. Yeah, these are. What's your board clock say? I'm at 54:35. Well, that explains it. All right. Yeah, I know. Where'd you go? I just saw. Yeah, I know, Matt. Last time, bro. Last time.
Half day.
Won't happen again. We didn't even do well. I think I wanted to do it with Jason, but we obviously got the news that Monty McNair got a contract extension. So
to answer your question, since we'll give you guys a little exclusive content.
Yeah, baby.
Who he root for? The ones we really have to look at: Denver and New Orleans. That's easy. Denver. Washington at Dallas. That's easy. Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Charlotte at Phoenix. That's easy.
Mm-hmm.
Charlotte. And Clippers, Lakers. That is not so easy.
Clippers, I think. Knock the Lakers further down. I'm for knocking the team that's down further down.
Yeah.
But I get why you want to root for the Lakers.
Well,
I get that.
I don't want to root for the
No,
Lakers.
I know you do. It's okay. Like, it's
okay.
That's fine. Ain't nothing, Roddy knows what time it is. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I don't want to root for the
Ain't
Lakers.
No problem.
But
No
I need separation. I need more separation.
All right.
If the Clippers lose tonight, they're 9.5 back. If the Lakers lose tonight, if the Clippers lose tonight, they'll be 4 games back from the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
If the Lakers lose tonight, they will be 6 games back from the Kings. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm torn. I don't know where to go here. Let's see. The Jazz might jump the Clippers into 6. if the Clippers lose.
Hmm.
Here's the other thing. I believe the Clippers will turn it around.
It's a no-lose situation.
It is, but here's my thing. I believe the Clippers can turn things around, so I need them to get as many losses as they can before they wake up.
Okay.
So I'm gonna root for the Lakers.
I'm actually. I think I'll watch that one tonight. I haven't watched the Clippers for a few weeks. I think I'll watch that one tonight.
Kawhi went off the other day.
I saw the highlights of that, but I didn't watch the game.
I didn't watch the game either.
Yeah, I didn't watch the game.
I couldn't.
What do you have, like
I couldn't watch
36,
the game.
37?
Just couldn't. I tried watching basketball. It didn't work. Yeah, he went to work. I heard he shut down Luka in the fourth. Looked like old Kawhi.
I'm a basketball fan. I love hearing that. I see as people are closing out the tab, man. Please hit the thumbs up before you go. Super important. So what we do? Oh, I didn't even. I forgot to check the poll results. What do we got here? Hang on. It's the easiest way to get to this. Let's go view on YouTube. Let's see what this poll looks like. Hey yo. We got.
Oops. I didn't mean
wow. How about this?
Sorry.
287 thumbs up. Thank you guys for that. 612 votes. Most impressive performance. 26% say Harrison Barnes 5 straight threes. 14% say De'Aaron's late game defense. 4% say Sabonis' triple-double. And 55% of the voters say Trey Lyles 24 off the bench. Good stuff.
Oh man!
Hit the thumbs up before you go. Oh, y'all are doing that right now.
I
Appreciate it.
At that, by the way. But
hit the thumbs up before you go. We're about to get over 300.
For the poll question, it might be the deal or no deal. Deal or no deal. What are you taking?
I actually got a report from my sources that Vivek actually put Monty's extension in a briefcase and told him, "You want the deal now, or if you make playoffs, you get a bigger extension later."
That's tremendous. All right, y'all. Go have a great day. We appreciate you. Wizzo Mac, James, all of that good stuff. When y'all starting the memberships, James, I'm gonna work on that tonight. I'm gonna try to get that going since there's no game tonight. I could kind of chill and just put that stuff, put a game on in the background, man. I'll work on that. Appreciate you guys, man. Have a great rest of the day, and we'll see you back here tomorrow at noon.
Yeah, man.